Almost 30 years after leaving D.C. to play in Landover, the Commanders are prepared to return to their roots. This week, the team struck a deal with D.C. to construct an all-new stadium complex and could open that venue as soon as 2030 at the RFK site. Now, Mayor Bowser and Josh Harris are holding a joint press conference that is happening at 11 a.m., so just under an hour, to discuss the deal about bringing the Commanders home. You can listen to that live right here on 106.7 The Fan. Make sure you stay dialed in. That's at 11 a.m. today. Now, DC has cleared the construction of the new stadium as well as 180 acres surrounding campus at the RFK Stadium site. Multiple outlets have indicated that these new facilities could cost in excess of $3 billion. But last week, reports came out that the Commanders are willing to put in $2.5 billion towards that construction. I'm sure we'll get a ton of details today during this press conference happening 11 a.m. right here on 106.7 The Fan. We'll be bringing you that to you live. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Concubines. Lyrically, I'm Mario Andretti on the Momo.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. What a damn weekend for D.C.
Hell yeah.
Tom Wilson laid out some Canadiens. 5 new players on the Washington Commanders.
Did the whole thing change after Tom hit that dude?
Oh, and by the way, they're going back to RFK. There's a press conference scheduled about an hour from now at the National Press Club. Mayor Bowser is going to be on hand. Commanders majority owner Josh Harris is going to be on hand. NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell is in town. They're not messing around.
Roger had a lot to do with it, too.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Goodell, I asked him on the record repeatedly about wanting to get back to RFK, and he
campaigned.
Yeah, dude.
He went and shook
publicly
hands.
and privately.
And let's be real. I know people like to talk. I keep telling you, sports makes money. And people in politics love money. And when Roger started talking and you start looking at I don't care what side of the aisle they're on, people in the NFL, and they donate money to both sides. You can get stuff done when you got that type of clout.
Yeah, dude. I think it is remarkable that we have so much to discuss, but lest we be confused, the Nats had a hell of a comeback win yesterday. It was awesome. They were down 7-1. I love watching the Mets fall apart. Like, there's so many things to enjoy about that. That's one game of 162. The Caps win, far more important, a playoff win. They were trailing. They came back, won convincingly. Won me a little cash on the -1.5 on the -1.5 puck line, by the way. They didn't even win the series. It's 3-1. They got a chance to win the series Wednesday night.
Yeah.
The draft was great. You and I were out in Ashburn all weekend. We were in National Harbor for the draft party.
Yeah.
All of that was great. Stadium news, getting the stadium
bigger
back,
than all that.
It's bigger than all of it combined.
Yeah, definitely.
It's not even close.
Yeah.
This is where they're going to play the games for the foreseeable future. This is last week. Mark Seagraves had the report. They're really close. There's documentation. You and I both know they wanted to talk about this last week. They couldn't because of the draft.
Yeah.
Right. This is generationally important. This is where you're going to take your grandkids, and I'm going to take my children to football games and concerts and the Final Four. Who knows what all they'll get, but they're going to get it. And I want to be abundantly clear, and I'm curious if you agree with me. Because so many people are like, is it actually going to happen? Is it actually going to happen? I don't know. I can't guarantee anything.
I'll lean towards yes, though.
Me too. There are inevitably politicians that are going to politic.
Yeah.
Period. That will always happen.
Let me ask you one question. Okay, as much as we hear about all the bad things that are happening now and what not happening and we can't do this, if you bring a stadium, what does it do to the economy? It gives it more opportunities to make money, right? It also give people jobs when it comes to construction and all that. So all the things that they're complaining about, if you are now having money taken away, you damn sure don't want to be saying no to somebody that could probably help generate some more income here.
Yeah, I mean, Mayor Bowser yesterday tweeted out that they're building a sports economy. The mayor's been clear that DC's been hit with a lot of stuff, right? The federal government's laying people off. That in turn, that means contractors, all that stuff. But people come to stadiums wherever you build them. And if you build it,
and not only
downtown,
just for the football game,
right?
They come for concerts.
Well, I've also talked with some smart folks that know some stuff involved here, and the way they built Nats Park was they put a tax together. I believe it's on the 5 biggest companies in Washington.
Mm-hmm.
So that doesn't impact individual taxpayers, right? And then of those companies, they pay a small fee. You're talking like Pepco and probably Washington Gas and like massive companies. Well, Nats Park's about to be paid off. They're going to pay it off ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
So that money that was earmarked to pay back the Nats Park loans just goes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
it moves
you just
on.
keep that going.
Yeah.
And I just think the folks involved with the finances, there are I read this really fascinating thing. Are you familiar with like I guess this is a psychological evaluation, but there's this theory that there's 2 types of mindsets in the world, a growth mindset versus a fixed mindset.
Well, I never read it, but you know what? I kind of imagine that that's how things are. Some people, no matter what you say, what they get, what you put in front of them, they're going to think the way that they think. Other people understand some things changes.
So a growth mindset is how much you believe your basic qualities like intelligence and talent can be changed or developed. A fixed mindset is how much you believe your basic qualities are fixed or permanent. A fixed mindset avoids challenges and sees failure as a reflection of inherent limitations. Growth mindset embraces challenges and sees failures as opportunities for learning.
Yeah.
To me, this ain't all that difficult.
True.
Walk around where our office is. Walk around Nats Park.
Yeah.
Walk around. You got to go back 25 years now, but like walk around what Chinatown was and what it is now.
Yeah.
It's not. So when you talk about RFK, what's even different about this site? It wasn't a lot, and there are politicians that will make you believe it was significant because it works to their advantage.
Mm-hmm.
But there were some people displaced by Nats Park, right? And then once you build all this up, prices go higher. They do have affordable housing everywhere, but the one person brought up the lack of middle housing. So there's affordable if you qualify under a certain dollar amount, and then everything else is expensive. Some of this is just market economics, right? Like the market will bear what it can. Capital One Arena, hell, whenever that was built, mid-90s, 30 years, almost 30 years ago, I'm sure there were some people displaced, and then there was more housing created. At RFK, there's already a stadium, and then just a ton of vacant land.
A stadium, vacant land.
You're not displacing anyone that is already there.
And the fields they're going to keep. They still, they wanted to do stuff.
The fields are a huge part of the development because you can have all these activities.
And you can have a lot of activities if they build a sports complex they want to build with the body fields. I think ultimately with that, now you can have, there can be something at the stadium. It can be something at the other little complex. It's all of it is about sparking the economy, generating income for the area. I go out there and I do stuff with Events DC for the day of play where it's a free thing they do for all the kids and stuff when they're out for what's called. I also did a 7-on-7 deal over there. Over 4,000 people showed up to it. That's 4,000 people eating and staying in DC. Everything is about sparking the economy. And for those people who try to argue, their arguments, some of them are valid, but they never ever tell you what it can also do. And stadiums today are not what stadiums were in the past. Stadiums today come with a whole, like a little community around it, like a town center per se.
Sure.
I know out there where I live in Virginia, you got South Riding, North Riding, you got the little area right there, One Loudon. All these different town centers pop up, and you know what people do? They spin where the things are closer to them.
I think anybody, if you are a naysayer about the stadium coming back to Washington, if you are a critic of it, I think there are some legitimate arguments. I don't agree with you, but I can understand and process some of that. But if one of your arguments is, oh, we're going to build a stadium because it's used 10 times a year, you're incorrect.
They use way more than
You're
10 times a year.
incorrect.
Yeah.
Now, my guess would be legit major events that are going to draw. Let's set an arbitrary number between you and I. They build this thing, they probably build it 60,000-ish.
Mhm.
So legitimate events that are going to draw 30,000, 25,000, where it's half full,
Yeah.
right? I bet there's
Monster truck,
I bet there's
wrestling,
20, 30, 40 of those a year.
Mhm.
Because
dog shows.
we're thinking big stuff, right? But like, what about the Sweet 16? Or you know what I mean? Like, what about the Frozen Four? What about the women's basketball, women's World
Hell, let's
Cup?
just go big. How about a damn how about Olympics? How about World Cup?
Right.
How about Super Bowl? Think about those things. Those things now you have a possibility of getting them here in the nation's capital. And I'll be honest with you now, people could sit up there and say what you want. That's a lot of folks in your area. It generates. And I also know this, Jay. There are a lot of people who like to sit on the side and say what's not going to work. Political people. You know what they're trying to make sure they can get? Piece of the pie.
Sure.
It's never about like when they are so much against something, taxpayer dollars. Taxpayer dollars, it's gonna be some. It ain't gonna be close.
You know what'll happen? I firmly believe this. You want to talk about economic events, economic drivers? You and I don't always reveal all the things we know on the air, right?
Yeah.
There's been talk of getting the NFL draft to Washington for a few years now.
I think it may be here within the next 2 to 3.
Well, I think look at the success in Green Bay this past weekend, Detroit the year prior. It's going to Pittsburgh next year. Whatever we think of the vistas of the National Mall packed with people as Roger Goodell's announcing people's names, I mean, it'd be incredible, right?
Yep.
But that is a huge economic boom.
Yes.
Huge economic boom. So whatever has to happen here when Roger Goodell stands at that podium with Bowser, and it's my understanding, and fellas, I mean this seriously. Let's send an email. I would love to talk to Phil Mendelson. Phil Mendelson is a city councilman.
I saw him at that
he's
fire and EMS deal not long ago.
Okay, cool. Let me get it right. He's the chairman of the DC Council. He's an at-large council member, and he is by far the staunchest, I would say, opposed to money for a stadium. And okay, Chairman Mendelson, I'd love to discuss that with you. You have an open invitation to the radio program to speak with Brian and I. I take great issue with the notion that the city can't put up some cash because they were just given, whether we can argue about who should be in charge of it, but the structure of who was in charge of it was that the feds own that land.
Mm-hmm.
And at the last minute, at the last hour, on the last day of 2024, the Senate gave it back to Washington.
Mm-hmm.
That's a huge gift.
Yeah.
Right? No matter what they do,
they got to build infrastructure.
They got to build stuff and drive around over there. The stadium's dilapidated.
Mm-hmm.
Those parking lots have cracks in them. Like, you're going to have to spend a bunch of money regardless.
Yeah.
So
totally.
Don't act like it's all going to a stadium. You're going to spend money regardless.
Well, when you start listening to the numbers, you find out that the stadium the city is not giving as much as most places have gotten close. It's not even close to what other people have given. And you have to build the infrastructure. That is what the cities do. Okay? You have to build that. But don't act like, oh, they're giving it all. They're not giving it all. You have to spend that money. And if you're going to put anything over there, you have to upgrade the everything around it. You have to. Or you're gonna have problems. Or you'll be fixing some stuff real soon, which normally if you build stuff new, or it normally is cheaper than when you have something that's old and you have to redo it. You got to pay a little bit more money. You know what I'm saying? So hey, go on and get it now.
I think it's just there's already a stadium there. This isn't tearing down other neighborhoods to put a stadium there. It's already there. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And I think it's about a growth mindset versus a fixed mindset to me. If you think nothing is ever possible or going to work, then you're probably not into it. But I think, dude, if you get this done, I just saw this from Hogs Haven. BetVA.com has released odds for the 2027 NFL draft. Denver is the leader, then DC. If it's not 27, it'll be 28. The NFL is sitting there with this. White Brian, look up economic impact of an NFL draft, whether it's Detroit or maybe you can get Green Bay from last year.
Really? Think about what a draft is. People from all over the country, all over the world, show up in your city and spend money.
They stay at hotels. They go to restaurants. They get Ubers.
You really don't have to build much for them to come. They're coming. Just some people don't even go to the draft, to the actual draft. They just sit at the bar in your town buying drinks and food. Stand in your hotels, which you're going to up the price anyway because that's what you do when you got big events. So they come in and they leave money in your area.
And that is not just the hotel owner. It's the bellhop that carries your bags up.
Yeah.
That makes a 20 right there.
Yeah.
It's the bartender. It's,
everything.
This type of impact.
The parking garages.
Right. Say some of this. You got a number for me, B-Hawk?
Yeah, according to Google, the 2024 NFL Draft in Detroit generated $213.6 million. Of that, $161 million came from non-local visitors who spent money in Detroit.
Bang. And you know what? Sorry, Detroit. A whole lot more people are going to come here than they went to Detroit.
Exactly.
Like, this will be a destination. It is significant what all's going to happen. And I think it's a huge opportunity that, if done correctly, dude, think about it like this. For over 20 years, the arrogance and audacity of the Snyder administration tried to get this done, and we're completely inept.
Yeah.
Completely inept. Not to mention, eventually it got so toxic, there was just no chance any politician, despite their ability to
I don't think he had the money to do what this group is going to do.
Oh.
Not all that close.
Or the juice.
All he wanted, he was going to have to need them to pay 75% of the thing. They don't need it.
Dude, I think when the numbers come out about how much money they're putting up, the Harris Group, versus how much other facilities put up, it's going to be staggering. The amount of public money versus private investment. I don't know, Brian, but I would guess. I got some guesses till 11 a.m. I would guess this will be the one of, if not the most significant private investments in the city in its history. And when you talk about the juice to get stuff done around here, Josh Harris grew up here, made his money on Wall Street, lives most of the time in Florida. You know who lives right here?
Mitch.
Rails. Do you know where Rails owns a company called Danaher Corporation?
Isn't it the most traded company ever in the history of the stock market?
Do you know what their revenues were? The last year was recorded in 2023.
I know it starts with a B.
$24 billion.
Billion.
And do you know where they're headquartered?
Where?
Right here in Washington, D.C.
Oh, really?
I don't know much, but if I had to guess, they probably employ a lot of folks. here and around the world.
Hmm.
Like, these are people that make a difference here. And this is, you want to talk about like economic impact to a city and job creation and all of these things, man. Like, this is it. And I just, it's such a difference.
Compared to what was.
Yeah, dude.
Mm.
Their corporate headquarters is on Pennsylvania Avenue.
All right.
So, like, those are people that can get phone calls returned. This is, it's just, last
Just
week.
think about it. We got this far in like about a year or so, maybe less. And the other guy took 20-something years and couldn't even much get a meeting. Damn sure wouldn't get no press conference.
Yo, Bruce Allen used to just walk around and think people would come to him. Like, it's just, it's remarkable, dude. And I hope people don't get too caught up in logos and names. These dudes aren't going back to the logo. They're not going back to the name. They've made it abundantly clear 100 times. I think we'd all be better off if we can just move past that. Like, I think we can live in a world where I think the team made a mistake, but it was also the culture of our society at that moment. It was the tone of canceling things. I don't think history needs to be canceled. I think when B. Mitch returned punts with the old logo on his helmet, we should still celebrate that. But it doesn't mean you go back to it either. So hopefully that's the extent of that discussion, because I'm telling you, it ain't going to happen. So much to talk about. Mayor Bowser, Roger Goodell, Josh Harris, 11 a.m., talking about the Commanders going back to RFK. Woo, what a day. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is the first sportsbook app where you can bet the Kentucky Derby. And right now, all customers get a no-sweat Derby bet. That means you'll get racing bonus back if your bet doesn't win. The app is super easy to use, and you don't have to be a horse racing expert to get in on the Derby Day action. So bet America's #1 race with America's #1 sportsbook. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian for your chance to get a no-sweat bet for the Kentucky Derby. That's FanDuel.com/Brian. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Verified FanDuel racing account required. Refund issued as a non-withdrawable racing site credit that expires 9 days after receipt. Match refund is $10 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at racing.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
we've got a press conference coming up at 11 a.m. regarding the Commanders moving back to RFK. So DC and the Commanders are preparing to unveil the deal that they reached to bring the football team back to RFK. The city released a hype video this morning. Joe Theismann narrated it, an awesome video, getting everyone really excited for that press conference at 11 a.m., where we're going to hear from Mayor Bowser and Josh Harris. Now, according to the Washington Post, though, while there are still going to be some key issues that need to be worked out and will be discussed during the press conference, one big feature that is planned for the stadium, per the Washington Post, is a roof. The roof would enable the NFL and its owners to give consideration to Washington for hosting future Super Bowls, since the NFL typically doesn't award Super Bowls to cold weather cities unless there's a roof. So that will be something to watch for. Again, 11 a.m. right here on 106.7 The Fan. Make sure you are listening live to that press conference. The sports update was brought to you by Orsman Chantilly Toyota. Let's ride together. Orsman Chantilly Toyota keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Toyotas, each backed by the Orsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Orsman Chantilly Toyota, let's ride together. From the Crop Medcal 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. So news started to leak last night. This morning there was a background session for reporters. Going to be a lot more information coming out shortly. It's interesting. I'll take people a little behind the curtain on how some of this stuff works. When there's major announcements like this, you will get information with what's called an embargo. So you're presented with information, and then you're given a time when you're allowed to start reporting that information.
Mm-hmm.
And this casts a pretty wide net. But inevitably, somebody just breaks the embargo. Now, they'll claim they were unaware of the embargo, or they didn't agree to the terms, or whatever. But, like, the stuff happens.
Because everybody trying to be first.
Yeah. So last night, Axios broke the story that there's an announcement scheduled for today with Bowser and Josh Harris about RFK Stadium, then the Post. And then it was kind of like, all right, everybody's going, so everybody went. You know what I mean? It's like if you ever watch like those old videos of like one or two people jump a fence, realize there's no police around, then the fence comes down, everybody just starts running through it.
Down.
That's what happened. Nobody like broke that story. Everyone had it. They were just abiding by the rules that were terms to get the story. But alas, I'll keep that to myself after I say it publicly on the radio. And then this morning, there's some information. And then at 11 a.m., everything goes public. And I think one of the smartest maneuvers for Mayor Bowser and the Commanders is just to put everything out there, man. Like, don't try to keep anything hidden or a secret, because it's all going to come out anyway.
Yeah.
And your detractors are going to go after whatever their angle is immediately.
Totally.
So, like, just give it to them, because I think your supporters are going to be so overwhelming in unison with the project as it's constituted. And then kind of the first real step came this morning when the Commanders and Mayor Muriel Bowser, in conjunction, they collaborated on a video that went out on social media. It's a video, but it's still really dope to listen to it. So we were going to play it for you. It's Joe Theismann narrating, I guess, the proposed return to RFK.
Yeah.
I can still hear the crowds. When I first stepped into RFK Stadium, I knew I'd found a home. The roar of the fans, the energy of the city, united as one. was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. RFK Stadium was the stage for the world's greatest in sports, culture, and entertainment. All in the heart of our nation's capital. It's time to revive that legacy. Let's bring the Commanders home. A new stadium will serve as the anchor for the RFK site, unlocking new opportunities for generations to come. This means new housing, new restaurants, retail, and public spaces are all possible. The stadium development will create new access to the Anacostia waterfront while preserving some of our city's treasures. A world-class city deserves a world-class stadium, uniting a sea of burgundy and gold. Something that unites us in our pride for the district. The time is now. Let's bring Washington back to D.C.
Joe T.
Yep, I like it.
I'll confess something. Left hand up. And Brian, I may or may not have called you for this topic, but I was trying to talk to some legends about what RFK Stadium meant to them last week, perhaps for television today. So like I could see into the future. And I called Joe T and he didn't call me back. I feel like I got a much better understanding. Why not? I want to check in. I eventually we're going to go to a heavy phone day because I want people to be able to comment on this. Also, dude, we're not going to ignore the draft. We're not going to ignore the Caps. John Walton's going to join us at 1:00.
Hell yeah.
We're going to get into all the draft stuff. If you want a brief, here's what you need to know about the draft for all the edge angst crowd, and I know you exist, and you're not wrong to exist. There are a lot of people that are very concerned about the lack of edge players drafted. I think if you go look at the 4th round when they selected Jalen Lane out of Virginia Tech, who I like a lot, and I actually really like that they're just aggressively addressing punt return because it was not a strength last year.
And that kid can return.
Doug, Jalen Lane was the 26th pick of the 4th round. There were 3 edge players that went 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. Jack Sawyer, Barron Sorrell, and Kyle Kennard. I know they like Sawyer. They had Kennard in on a 30 visit. There was David Walker was the kid from Central Arkansas that went. They had him in for a 30 visit, I believe. FCS kid. Like, that's 4 edge targets that went 2 picks ahead of them.
Yeah.
So I don't think they forgot about the edge situation. They didn't have the draft capital to make significant movements on this draft weekend. They just had to stick where they were. And what it really tells me is how much they love Trey Amos, the 2nd rounder, because Adam Peters said outright, our last chance to really gain capital was moving out of that 2nd round pick, and we didn't do it because we love the player. He's telling the truth. If you can't decipher that to be reality, then we're just living in an alternate universe. Does that track with you, B?
Yep.
If you know it's your only time to get a lot, you then and you don't do it, means you love the kid you're getting.
There you go. Totally.
Jeffrey, RFK Stadium, dude. You have said in the past, you straddle the line of RFK and PG. You straddle that line. How are you feeling about the press conference set to happen here in 20 minutes?
Okay, for like the sake of my convenience, I'm like, dang. But like for the sake of like the culture and, getting the team back to what it was. And I'm not saying, just because we move back to RFK, everything is going to change. But it just seems like the team is coming home. Like when I DJ, the different home games, I can now play Welcome to DC, and it makes sense because it's not like we're saying Welcome to Landover, Maryland. Like it's just that pride is there. The Washington Commanders. When you hear it on TV, it's going to sound great. Like, we're live from Washington D.C. with the Washington Commanders at RFK Stadium. I'm actually excited for it, JP.
I love to hear that. 11 a.m., folks. Get your popcorn ready. We're going to bring it live right here. Bowser, Goodell, Harris, Who knows what other luminaries? Magic? You think Magic's in town?
Might be.
We'll find out together. You'll hear it live right here on 1067 The Fan. Here's what I know. There's going to be a whole lot of new housing with the RFK Stadium site. People better call John Leahy, man.
Yep, reach out to John, just like a seller and her husband did. They put their hearts into fully renovating their Hagerstown home. They initially rented it out for 3 years, believing they'd eventually be able to move in themselves. However, her husband's business in Frederick made commuting from Hagerstown impractical, so they ultimately decided to sell. Though it was a difficult decision, they knew this was the right choice, as was choosing John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Thanks to their guidance, the sellers lowered the asking price. That paid off big time, because although the transaction faced some unexpected challenges, John and his team still got it sold for $7,101 over the list price with no inspections. Looking for your own stress-free transaction? How about a guaranteed offer on your home? Check out those details and more at johnsellsdmv.com. That's John without an H. We're talking about our friend John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees, customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
It's things like that it was a difficult transaction, but they're still able to get it done and get it over asking. That makes such a huge difference with John Leahy. If you're thinking about selling your house, but you're just not sure it's ready and you know you got to spend a little money, but you're a little light on cash, talk to John. He can help tee up your home for market by getting you up to $50,000 to make repairs and upgrades, which will make your house irresistible to buyers and get you more cash at closing. You settle up with John on the back end, but you make 3-4x on what you put in. Call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
Be Richard Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We got a lot of information coming to you today. We will be talking about the Caps' victory yesterday. Their new game is going to be coming up on Wednesday. Hopefully, we can close it out then. Also, we had a nice draft, I would say, for the Commanders. We're going to discuss all of that. But the big story today, the Washington Commanders and the city will be having a press conference coming up in about 13 minutes or so to discuss the deal that they have in place to have a new stadium built right here where RFK was, and the team would be basically coming back home.
Think about this, dude. It's kind of so I may or may not have recorded something that will run on NBC4 this afternoon about what this means from a football perspective.
Mm-hmm.
And let's be real, we've heard 2030 thrown around, right? So much will be so significantly different, but let's just say it's 2030, 5 years from now.
Uh-huh.
The way last year went, you think there should be some real continuity, but I think you could almost say the only thing you could count on 5 years from now would be Jaden throwing the first pass at RFK Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of crazy to think about, but the NFL is a short-term game.
It's short-term, but I think the way this thing is set up, Jay, what Magic said to the players in the first press conference, you all just got to play football. Coaches just have to coach. We're going to handle everything else. This is not going to be a situation where Adam Peters and Quinn are going to be worried about what's happening outside of the football field. They get to focus on straight that. And I think if they keep the mindset and they keep the players like they've been getting, that's going to be consistent as well. You know what I mean? And I think it's going to build up to a moment to where things will be so great that you would have the majority happy that it's going to be going back there.
Totally. I think players would be really excited.
Yeah.
I think there'd be real excitement over just a dope new stadium. I think, you take concepts from the Atlanta Stadium and SoFi and all these things. There's two new stadiums getting built right now in Nashville and in Buffalo that I think are kind of, a guide, how something might end up looking. But the players, what would impact the players significantly more, is if they moved the practice facility. That's where of the players' life, of the time spent involved in football, 90% of it's at the practice facility.
There you go. Yeah.
That would have a greater impact. I think this is truly more about fans and the city and the opportunities it brings. I know for me on a personal level, you mentioned, it's the people that want to argue, oh, this is just about the football team, you're just missing the boat so significantly, man. HF Festival, there's just so many things that used to happen at RFK that it's just not the same going to Landover. And we love Governor Moore, and I've enjoyed FedEx Field, Northwest Stadium.
Yeah.
I've had good times. I went to a Rolling Stones concert there once. It was awesome, right? I've done some fun stuff, but it's just not the same, and it's not going to be the same. And the Commanders have been clear that they're not going to just leave a rotting old stadium in Landover. They've been clear that they're going to support that project. I don't think it's an accident. Right now, the practice facility is in Virginia.
Yep.
The team headquarters is now in College Park, Maryland.
Yeah.
And they're hoping to get the stadium back in D.C. They want to represent the entire DMV.
It's the DMV.
And it's a smart way to do it.
Yeah, it is. Because let's be real. You're spending, you're dropping money in all three assets in our states, basically, city and the two states. But ultimately, most of the players have always lived in Virginia. And like you just stated,
I'd say all of them.
If they were, some guys still lived in Maryland and tried to do that ride.
Who, Shep?
No, it was Shep lived in Virginia when he was playing. But LeVar, I think, was Chris?
Where did LeVar live?
Annapolis.
When he was playing. I know he lived there after he was playing.
But he got that house before he finished playing.
Wow, that's nuts.
Yeah. It's like,
I know Samuel's in Potomac, but I thought that was after.
It's looking at where you're going to live. A lot of these, but There were guys trying to get out there, but the ultimate thing for me and most people, you want to be close to where you work, so you can roll out the bed and still get there on time.
With the
But that I don't look. I'm not a traffic guy by no stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I think you and I both wish this radio station was a lot closer to our homes. When we come back, this is it, folks. This is not a drill. When we come back, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser, Washington Commanders principal owner Josh Harris talking about the deal, the framework, the agreement to get the Commanders back to the RFK Stadium site. Nobody go anywhere. I mean it this time.
Sports Update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. We are about to take you in live to the press conference between DC and the Commanders announcing the stadium deal to bring the team back to RFK. Mayor Bowser and Josh Harris are both expected to get some insights into this new deal. Reports also state, though, that Roger Goodell will be in attendance. Make sure you stay right here. That is coming up right after this. But before we get into that, I need to give the Capitals some props. They now have a 3-1 series lead after a huge 5-2 victory yesterday. Got Brandon Duhaime had 2 goals. Dylan Strome, Tom Wilson, and Andrew Mangiapane all added goals in the win. Logan Thompson, 16 saves in his return to the lineup. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. And we've got that press conference coming to you right after this. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Seven, the B. Mitchell Finley, 1067, the Fan. 11 a.m. in the District of Columbia. We are waiting for the mayor to talk. There's a press conference, National Press Club. Joe Gibbs is there. John Riggins is there. Daryl Green is there. Adam Peters is there. Dan Quinn is there. Per sources, Brian Mitchell was invited and had to work. This is a historic moment in Washington. I just tweeted out if somebody wants to see it. This morning, there was a background session for reporters with city officials and Commanders team officials. Included was a picture, a rendering of what the new stadium could look like. I just tweeted that out. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but it's pretty dope. I think it could be pretty cool.
Could be nice.
Yeah. I'll put it in the thread there. What I know about press conferences, they rarely start right on time. I do think they're going to get this one going pretty quickly, though. I also think, a lot of what I learned today at this event is going to kind of happen over time now. I think, look, man, to me, what really stands out is how significant the money is going to be coming from the Harris Group. And it's probably more than frankly, we've ever seen in an NFL deal. And it's a testament to what these dudes are about. And really like putting your money where your mouth is.
Totally.
And which doesn't happen all that often. And these guys are absolutely doing it. So let's start with some of the information we got this morning. The size of the RFK campus is, the city center, that huge development they put in kind of just past Capital One Arena, where all those fancy-ass stores are?
Yeah.
That's a big area, dude.
Totally.
You could put 18 city centers onto the lands at RFK Stadium.
And people hear that and they look at, I think when they look at the actual just RFK, they're just looking at the stadium. It's more than just the stadium area. It's a lot of stuff around there. And I believe that little waterfront is going to be a lot different than what you're looking at right now.
For sure. Well, speaking of the waterfront, the wharf, which is beautiful and dope?
Mm-hmm.
Dude, the wharf, you could build 4 of those. That size, that scope, you could build 4 of those on the RFK site. 4 of them.
Yeah.
I mean, that's crazy.
Totally.
What they could do, and I mentioned something earlier that this might be the largest private investment in DC history. As a matter of fact, Landfill, it is the largest private investment in DC history. And I can't get over enough that these guys are putting up the money and how much that matters, and it's a different world, man, what these guys are doing. And if you compare this, I thought this was fascinating. If you compare this to other stadiums. And this is all information I was privy to on background here. All right. So the Titans in Nashville are building a new stadium right now. 60% of the money is public money.
Mm-hmm.
The Jaguars are building a stadium, are renovating their stadium in Jacksonville right now. 50% public money. The Bills building their stadium up in Buffalo. 49% public money. And I would add, these places are able to draw on the state and the county. DC, unfortunately, is kind of on its own in this odd, even DC, even Maryland and Virginia won't help with this.
Mm-hmm.
New Orleans. Now, B, we were just down there, and they renovated the hell out of the Superdome. It looks good, right?
Yep.
Between the city and the state, they paid 67% of that money for that stadium, for the Superdome.
They understand the importance of it.
Even in Vegas, which was largely private money, casino money, 37% of it was public. You know how much it is here? You know how much the plans are here?
I know.
24%. Because the ownership is putting up $2.7 billion.
Billion.
And, dude, it's unclear exactly what the dollar amount will be, but the NFL is going to put in too.
Yeah.
Like,
the NFL wants they want to make sure that they got their entities in the proper areas, and they understand what this football team would mean in the nation's capital. They see that as prime real estate.
totally, man.
Yeah.
Now, not all of it's great news. The Commanders official did tell us that the new stadium will include personal seat licenses. A lot of people are gonna hate that. Some people will like it because it locks you into your seats. You don't get bounced around.
There you go.
It's also just a huge revenue driver, and every place does it.
Everybody does it.
And
sometimes, look, bro, when you're gonna have these types of luxuries, you have to do different things to do it. It doesn't just get handed to you.
So here's how this works. I started writing a bunch of stuff down because it is hard to exactly explain how it's all going to operate. A lot of questions. So the stadium name, they're obviously going to sell that thing. I don't know that actual RFK stays involved. Maybe he will. If you're unaware of what PSLs are, it's a personal seat license. Basically, you pay a fee to own a seat in the stadium, and that you can't be moved out of that seat is basically how that operates. Those fees are not insignificant.
Who asked you that question?
A friend.
Okay.
Can
he spell?
No. Okay. Actually, he spelled PSL right.
If you can't spell PSL,
this I found really, really interesting. So everybody's really worried about parking. The plans call for 8,000 dedicated parking spots. 8,000 spots, and tailgating will be an element. They're allowing for tailgating.
Yeah. That has to be an element.
But what I think is we've got to start thinking.
Public transit goes right there.
Beyond public transit, what they said they want to do is build out the best ride share situation of any stadium in the country. And that to me makes so much sense, because it's one thing right now, but think about 5-7 years from now, how many people are going to be taking Uber? How many people are going to be taking Lyft? How many people are going to be taking driverless cars? You know what I mean? Like, that's where things go. I know when you're
I can name one person that's not going to take the driverless car.
You?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't trust the Uber drivers. Think I'm going to trust no driver?
I might trust no driver over some Uber drivers.
I have somebody in my family that used to make those cars, so I'm gonna just
stay. Yeah. What does he say?
He of course he's gonna say trust it, but he'll tell you about the technology. Sometimes he said don't trust it completely at certain points. So backed off of it a little bit.
We got it. All right. Let's go live. Mayor Muriel Bowser talking to the media about RFK Stadium.
The Welcome you all here to the National Press Club on a historic moment for both the city of Washington, D.C., the region at large, and our beloved football team, the Washington Commanders. You know, sometimes a long, very long, winding road will bring you home. And RFK Stadium was home for a very long time. There were legends that were made there that are here with us today. Hall of Famers like John Riggins and Darryl Green. A second Super Bowl MVP, Doug Williams. And of course, our legendary Hall of Fame coach, Joe Gibbs. Today is not only about the past, it's obviously about the future as well. So it's fitting that next to Joe Gibbs is our head coach, Dan Quinn, and our general manager, Adam Peters. Timeless memories were made at the RFK site, and that's what today is about, repeating that. Timeless future memories for our city and for our team. These individuals here in particular are ready and excited to share a very special announcement with both the DC residents, Commanders fans in the region, and of course around the world as well. Washington, DC Mayor Muriel Bowser. The managing partner of the Washington Commanders, Josh Harris. And the commissioner of the NFL, Roger Goodell. Been waiting a long time to say this, Madam Mayor. It is time for kickoff. So, Mayor Bowser, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Bram. Promise made? So I want to start by saying, welcome home. Let's give our Commanders a big Washington, D.C. welcome. We are so happy to talk this morning about bringing our team home to the sports capital, back to RFK, where they belong. And I couldn't be more excited for our city, our team, and our fans. Josh and the entire team at the Commanders, thank you. We want to say thank you for not just buying our team, some would say saving our team, getting the team to the NFC Championship for the first time in 33 years. But we want to thank you for making a transformational investment in Ward 7, in our city, especially now, a time where we need it the most. Commissioner, I know you can't have favorites, but we know where you grew up. And this is a big deal. I've been working on this for the 10 years that I've been mayor. And now we have the right partner at the right time. And Josh is someone who cares more than just about this franchise. He cares about doing the right thing. And he likes to win. You've heard me say that before. He knows how to put together a winning team. And throughout this process, it's been a cooperative one. We were joined in our goals to advance a deal that we could be proud of, a development that would serve the city for generations to come, and support the best professional sports franchise in the world. So when Josh talks about this, he very elegantly says that he wants to provide and do for the city and give the city what it deserves. And I agree. And I'd go a step further and say that right now, as our economy is shifting, it's something our city really needs because we need growth and we need jobs. We have 180 acres of opportunity on the banks of the Anacostia River. And we have, and I have to pause to acknowledge our Congresswoman and Congressman James Comer of Kentucky, who advanced a bipartisan effort to deliver that land to DC. Thank you, Congresswoman Norton. This land has been blighted and underutilized for too long. And what our deal with the Washington Commanders provides is the fastest and surest route to developing the RFK campus, and not just delivering sports and entertainment, but delivering housing, jobs, recreation, and economic development. We will be able to deliver thousands of homes here. It will deliver a world-class, community-focused sportsplex for our kids. It will create park space and build out riverfront and trails. It's about creating jobs for DC residents and revenue that will support what all of our city needs, city services that have made us a growing city. We're going to be talking a lot about this project in the coming weeks and months, and it will be clear that this is a good deal for DC. It's a fantastic deal, a win-win-win for the city, the team, and the fans. So I want to say, thank you for everyone that has been involved at this point. And before we take questions, I'll go through a quick list of thank yous. But I first want to introduce a person who has been a great part of the DC community in the time that he's joined. He has brought on local partners into the Commanders ownership that has meant a lot for us. And I see Mark Ein and Mitch Rails in the front row. Give them a big round of applause. These guys bet on DC a long time ago, and I am just so grateful for your partnership, Josh. And you have the floor. Josh Harris, the owner of the Washington Commanders.
Well, everyone, what a great day. It's a great day in our process to bring the Commanders home. And Mayor, thank you. I'm so appreciative for our partnership and everything you've done through this process. And, you know, this day is a testament to your leadership and the city's leadership. So thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you to the council members that are here. We know you're going to be considering all this, and thank you for your partnership in helping us get to this historic moment. We know you have a bunch of work to do, and we're going to be there transparently providing all the information to you, Chairman Mendelson. I know you're not here with us today, and the entire group of DC council members. So very much appreciative that you're here today to listen. And Roger, I know you're busy. Thank you for being here. It's very meaningful to have the commissioner of the NFL sitting side by side with us today. So today I am absolutely thrilled to announce that the Commanders are ready to make the single, and our partners are committed to make the single largest private investment in DC history. You know, one of my earliest memories was walking down East Capitol Street to RFK. I only knew one person, my Uncle Jerry, who Robbie Miller sitting right there, who had tickets because there was a 25-year waiting list. And I got to go once or twice a year, but I watched every game intently. And I grew up watching the greats, whether it be Sonny Jurgensen, Billy Kilmer, Joe Theismann, Mark Ripien, the Hogs, Joe Gibbs, Art Monk, and 3 Super Bowls. Yeah. You need one of those. And obviously, we're so honored to have Daryl, Doug, and John. Thank you all for being here today. And you're right there up there. And Adam and Dan, no pressure. That was the Washington that I remembered. When on Sundays, everything stopped. Everyone was glued to their TV or in the stadium. And we've already seen a reawakening of that spirit, but we want to bring it back. Now we want to bring the Commanders home with a new RFK that our fans will love, our opponents will fear. It'll be loud. We want to make it about football, but also about the city and the community. And we want to host the biggest and best events in the world. When our ownership group started on this journey 2 years ago, we laid out 3 clear priorities: build a championship caliber team, improve fan experience, and make a positive impact on this community. Today's announcement is a key part of that vision. Let's come home. This project is about so much more than building a stadium. It's about a once-in-a-generation opportunity to create a catalyst for long-term transformational economic growth here in DC. That means thousands of new jobs, billions of new tax revenue, thousands of new homes, partnerships with local businesses, and the creation of about 90 acres of mixed-use development for our community. And you know what? The city of Washington and the DMV deserve it. Without exaggeration, this will be the best stadium in the country when it's built in front of the Anacostia River, facing the Capitol and the Washington Monument.
I wonder if we should show a picture of it.
Show it up. And while today marks an exciting step towards bringing the Commanders back to our spiritual home in DC, I also want to recognize the incredible partnership we've built with Maryland and Virginia. In Maryland, where we currently play, and in Virginia, where we train, I just want to say that I'm particularly grateful to Governor Moore and the Maryland leadership for their support and shared belief in what we can achieve together at our current stadium site as we move where we play football games to new RFK. Thank you, Governor Moore, Maryland delegation. On a personal note, I am deeply humbled and grateful that God has allowed me to be part of this journey to help shape the next chapter for Commanders football, for DC, and for the entire DMV community. I'm also grateful to my family who's sitting here. Couldn't have done it without you, my wife Marjorie, Hannah, my brother Gabe, my mother Sylvia, Mama Commander.
Mama Commander, I love it.
And I couldn't have done it without my partners, Mitch Rails, Mark On, Mr. Fallick, and others that I'm not sure if they want to be mentioned or not, so I'm not going to mention them, who are in the audience. I believe, and I know that Mayor Bowser believes, I know that you believe, in the power of this project to bring our city and this region together. We're excited to continue working with the council, the mayor, and the DC leadership in this community to shape the next chapter of RFK. RFK was the site of some of my earliest and most meaningful memories of generations to come. The future is very, very bright. Thank you.
B. Mitch and Finley, wow. You just heard DC Mayor Muriel Bowser, NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell, and Chief Managing Partner for the Washington Commanders, Josh Harris, talk about their plans to move back to RFK Stadium. This is an incredibly exciting day. Quick break here. We're going to open these phone lines up before too long, see what kind of questions get asked. We got a lot of information. Anybody want to talk tailgating? Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update is brought to you by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. We've got a ton of news coming out of the Commanders in D.C. joint press conference. The new RFK Stadium plans for 8,000 parking spots will allow tailgating. They've put out renderings. There will be a glass roof. You've got to check that out. JP Finley has that on his Twitter account. Plus, more information coming out. Public money for this stadium is way less than all other new stadiums around the league, or most new stadiums around the league, I should say. While Jacksonville used 60% public money, the Bills used 49%. This new stadium will use roughly 25% public funds to be built. The Commanders coming through there to get this deal done. Now, a Commanders official has also made it clear that the team does not have any plans as of now to move their practice facility out of Ashburn. We've got plenty more news to break down on that press conference between DC and the Commanders. For over 65 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the DC area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage. All of it is just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Throughout the year. So bring your good times and your laughter too. We gonna celebrate your party with you. Let's all celebrate and have a good time. Let's all celebrate and have a good time. Come together.
What's your pleasure? B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan.
Come on.
Obviously, massive news in the District of Columbia.
Yeah.
The Washington Commanders, the NFL, and DC Mayor Muriel Bowser just had a press conference announcing what they want to do. They want to do it big. They want to do it right. They want to build a badass stadium on East Capitol Street with, I tweeted out a picture of the rendering that's in the official deck. If you haven't seen it yet, you should look at it.
Check it out.
I mean, look at that picture, B. It's a glass roof with a glass wall with views of the U.S. Capitol.
I hope it's
and the Washington
plexiglass.
Monument. Yeah.
Yeah, it could be something rather thick, I can tell you that.
Dude, it's incredible. And people are just so, everybody views the world through their own prism. And I don't blame them for that. I suppose I do the same thing, right? But like, for the name crowd, you got to chill.
That's not even much what this is about. Let's get beyond that.
For the natural grass, it's got to be a open air stadium. No, dude. Like, you got to think what they're trying to build and for what situation and
how much money you putting into it. That's what you put enough money, you can have those decisions. They're going to make it what they want it to be. And I think to try and attract multiple other things for the people that complain about only 10 times a year, they're going to put a dome on it so they can have things throughout the year.
Dude, I think, like, think about two events. Roger Goodell, NFL commissioner, asked by John Keim, if they get this stadium built, how does that impact DC's chances of getting a Super Bowl? He said, dramatically. Roger Goodell has personally campaigned for this to return to downtown Washington.
I can tell you one thing I know. When I was with the PA and all that stuff, you build a new stadium, you get in the damn Super Bowl.
We've been to Minnesota for it. We've been to New York for it. Yo, B-Hawk, give me Super Bowl economic impact. Or hell, I got it. The Super Bowl's economic impact generates about $1 billion. Damn.
Who can use $1 billion right now?
Yo, if you get this and then you get a Super Bowl, you've paid for it, and you get the draft, you're in the black. Think big, folks. Think big.
So I want to start by saying, welcome home. Let's give our Commanders a big Washington, D.C. welcome. We are so happy to talk this morning about bringing our team home to the sports capital, back to RFK, where they belong.
All right, here's what we're going to do. High noon in the District of Columbia. The phone lines will be open. You've heard the plans. You've heard the commissioner say a Super Bowl dramatically increases with the chances of a new stadium. I'm no math guy, but White Brian tells us that the NFL draft brings about $200 million to a city. A Super Bowl, per my Googling efforts, this is from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, Brian. How about that? Bet you didn't know I'd be quoting them today.
I could probably estimate that's about $1 billion.
The Vegas Super Bowl 2 years ago, $1 billion, fueled by direct spending by visitors and residents, indirect spending at local businesses, employment, and tax revenue. But the effects are felt in communities across the country. Just a draft and a Super Bowl, which they will get for building this stuff, will bring in $1.25 billion.
Yeah.
That's more than the city's on the hook for.
True.
And this money, as it was explained to me, does not come from the general fund. Nobody's taxes are you're not going to pay $1 more on your DC property taxes or your sales tax or the payroll stuff we get hit with. Not $1. This comes from the ballpark fund because the tax to build the ballpark has gone so much ahead of schedule that the ballpark's paid off at 26, and then that money just goes to RFK.
Nats Park is paying off the Commanders.
Doug, it's all just paying the city.
It's all the same stuff.
You're basically just fronting the cash, knowing you're going to make it back. And I'm a firm believer that you will make this back
if you front it
and then some.
And that's why this is very, very similar to this. I guarantee you, Josh Mitchell, those guys didn't have to say, we got to go take money out of our account. Probably went to a bank that did not mind fronting that money for them.
Totally.
They know they got it. They're okay. The city is doing the exact same thing. When you have a nice rep and you're working with the proper people, you're getting your money back. That's how it goes.
Dude, it's like we do our John Leahy commercials. And I always talk about how people that want to sell their house, talk to John. He'll front you
the money.
8 G's to paint because he's going to make 25 off it, right?
I know I can sell.
Yeah.
I know I got people to buy your house. So you know what? Here, take this money. I'm going to get it back.
Commanders estimate 10-plus Commanders events a year, right? Let's be real. By the time this stadium's built, they're going to have 9 regular season home games because it's going to be an 18-game schedule. And then probably just 1 preseason. So that's 10 games with no playoffs. They figure about 10 concerts or so. Now, these are the major events, right? Like the concerts could be a Taylor Swift.
Beyonce.
Who's coming this summer? Metallica, AC/DC. Yeah. I think Kendrick Lamar is playing Northwest Stadium. Like that would all be here, right? They estimate 1.4 million attendees per year. That means, this sounds conservative to me, frankly, but what do I know? 140,000 hotel room nights per year.
More than that.
I would think so too. But that's also probably not even taking into account Airbnb. If you have 140,000 hotel room nights, that impacts the hotel, the manager of the hotel, the owner of the hotel. It impacts Uber drivers.
Everybody.
It impacts the dude that owns the liquor store around the corner from the hotel. Like, this is direct impact. And I don't think people recognize enough, like Army-Navy game.
Yeah.
A lot of these big-time things, they come to FedEx because they want to come to the Washington market. We got callers coming in, 800-636-1067. Jeffrey, start loading them up. DC. We're going to do all calls when we come back. I want everybody's reaction to the big news. But one, the stadium sucks. It's old. And like from an actual loading dock perspective, it's just antiquated with the size of some of these concert trucks that come in now.
Yeah.
Like when this changes. This is the first year. Shout out to my guy Gio Del Fa for explaining this to me. This is the first year FIFA is doing a club World Cup. So not the countries, but the best club teams in Europe and South America. So you're talking the big boys. You're talking Chelsea and Man City and Barcelona. And Real Madrid. All they're playing at Audi Field, and the group of teams playing in Washington. No disrespect to Audi, I love Audi. It's a smaller venue.
Yeah.
It's not the big name teams. They got Juventus, but then it's other teams from like I think Saudi Arabia or something.
Mm-hmm.
You put that stadium there, you get Barcelona.
Yeah.
You get Manchester United. You get Liverpool.
Yeah.
Like,
I think one of the owners is involved with one of those teams you just named.
dude, all these dudes have a
they got a lot of stuff.
they got irons in the fire, man.
Hell yeah.
Going back to RFK, folks, moment a lot of us have been waiting for. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. How fired up are you to go back to RFK?
According to documents released by the mayor's office, the construction for a new stadium at the RFK site will cost about $2.7 billion for that roof stadium open for games by fall of 2030. That is going to be the single largest private investment in the district's history. Now, these documents also say a new stadium would include a public investment of about 24% of stadium and parking development costs, which is below the NFL stadium average since 2008. These documents go on to include a rendering for what it might look like, though it isn't an exact model that you're looking at. We do know that the stadium is going to utilize personal seat licenses, which is part of the deal, allowing fans to buy season tickets to specific seats in the stadium. No confirmation on what the price would be for that. While today's announcement makes DC homecoming with the Commanders a bit closer, it's not set in stone. The DC Council does still have to approve the deal. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Roger, real quick, how much does this increase the chances of getting the Super Bowl in DC?
Well, I didn't come here to announce that, but I would say dramatically.
High noon in the District of Columbia, and Roger Goodell says, hey, how about a Super Bowl in D.C.? These are such heady times. It is hard to kind of process it all. Obviously, this is far from done.
Yeah.
It appears to me this dude, Phil Mendelssohn, is the biggest possible hurdle. I mean, for them to get this out of Congress and best we can tell to not have opposition from the current White House. I mean, all these things. It is truly a remarkable time, but it's also not done. You still got to deal with the city, and then once you get the city, people have petitions, whatever it is. I know on this program we have a growth mindset, and we believe in getting this thing done.
100%.
Hit these phones. Our guy Drew is on the line.
What up, Drew?
Drew, how you feeling about the RFK news?
Hey, I think this is a great news. I was glad to see the rendering with the dome, and I liked it being clear. And I can't wait for the games to be there. I think it's where we need to be playing. And hopefully by the time we get there, we'll have already won a Super Bowl before then. So I think every move that the new ownership group has done and all the guys they brought have been fantastic. And I know that there's people worried about tailgating, and
they answered that today,
some
Drew.
enterprising people will take some off-premise tailgate like they do in Detroit or someplace. I don't think that's a problem.
So you're a huge tailgater. Like, we know you well.
Yeah.
You're a friend of the program. You're not worried. I got an idea specifically for you because I know where you live on the Chesapeake. What if there's boat tailgating like they have at University of Washington? I went to a boat tailgate before a Husky game.
Oh, Tennessee.
It's outrageous, dude.
Look, I would definitely be into that. When we were down in Tampa, I saw a Tampa boat, and I'm like, man, if we were the Buccaneers, I'd just put a tailgate on a pontoon boat and drive it in the parking lot, and it'd be already set up. So I could definitely see that. If they make the wharf down there, boat gating, I've done that before during COVID when that's all we could do. So I'm up for that. That sounds like a great idea, JP.
All right, Drew, take care, bud. Appreciate your call.
Okay.
Dude, like, boat gating is a real thing, and that's what I'm saying. Like, we experience everything through the
Didn't they
prism.
address that already? They said it's going to be tailgating.
Right. Now, there's 8,000. The plan is 8,000 parking spots.
How many parking spots they have right now?
Like 25,000. So it's a significant difference.
But you know why 25,000? Because you had to walk 2 miles to get from the damn metro. Now the metro is going to be right there. Bam.
That's like we are trying to imagine a repurposed RFK Stadium through the FedEx Field lens. And I think that is the difference. Like at the old RFK, hell yeah, people tailgated. But people also took the Metro. A lot of bars had like shuttles. Like people would take cabs from bars. I think by the time this joint gets built, and they can say it's 2030, things tend to take time longer than you expect. Say it's 2031, whenever it is. The amount of people that will rely on rideshare, Uber, Lyft, I think driverless cars will be a huge part of our world by then. Yo, when you walk around downtown DC now, the amount of people on scooters and e-bikes, like it's going to look and feel different. And I think boating will be a legit part of this thing.
I think it will.
What if you're shout out to Dumfries? Or where's Rev T live? Down by the
Dumfries.
Is it Dumfries? Yeah, that's what I thought. If you live down 95 South and you want to come to a game, what if there's boats from Alexandria? What if you only have to drive to Alexandria, then you hop on a boat and come over?
Yeah.
What if you are on my side of town? You're west of the city, right? What if there's boats from Georgetown? We're out here boating. Dude's on a boat. Big G is in Sterling. Big G, keep it clean, bro. What do you got?
Yes, sir, man. How y'all doing? Hey, that's gonna be a wonderful thing, man. To go back to that stadium, do they see a lot of people don't understand the history of that stadium? A whole lot of people don't understand the history of that stadium. It's gonna be wonderful just to go back there and play.
Yep. A lot of history there. We hear you. Go ahead.
Hey, look, check this out. On a quick note, I'm working on getting y'all some tickets to go play at golf at Herndon for free. You, B Mitch, and Finley. I'm working on it through what's his name? Used to play football with y'all. Live out here in Herndon.
Riley McKenzie? Yeah.
Big Rollo.
Yeah, tell him to come through. I'll be happy to whip his butt.
Appreciate you, Big G.
All right, I got y'all covered, man. Peace and love.
Thanks, bud.
All right, bro.
All right, we're gonna try this. Orland is the guy's name, Jeff? Orland. Okay. Orland, how you doing, man?
JP, how you guys doing, man? Bitch.
What's up, man?
We're doing good, man. We're doing good. So it's my understanding you're the chairman of the PG, Prince George's County Economic Development Corporation. Is that right?
Absolutely. We've spoken a couple of times before.
I thought so. Right. All right. Well, how are you feeling about today's announcement?
You know, honestly, I think today is a regional win for economic development just in general, just in our region. You know, I mean, obviously we'd love the Commanders to continue to be in Prince George's County, but I think the idea that a lot of people don't understand is, you know, Prince George's County is 500 square miles. DC is 50. So when we start talking about something happening in a particular area, it's like 10 DCs in Prince George's. So we have to do different kind of economic development all over the place. So the idea of what goes on actually right on the border for the western area of Prince George's County, having a blighted stadium there is not great for us either. So this is how you got to kind of take a look at these things, that you got to build what I like to call ancillary economic development. Something moves away from where you are, you got to figure out how to build something that makes sense. I mean, look where the draft party was just the other night. It was down at National Harbor in Prince George's County. So you figure out ways in which to play in a region. And I think this was a big win for the region, a brand new stadium right on the edge of the county that's right going into the city. People talk about the blight in the east of the city. That means that's the blight that leads into the western part of Prince George's County. So anything booming in that area will benefit from to some degree as well.
Well, Orland, I've long thought this. As somebody that has traveled to, be the last 10, maybe the last 8. I've been to most of the last Super Bowls, right? And I know Brian's been to a ton of them.
Yep.
Been to a few.
I'm sure you have. When you go to the Super Bowl, some people stay right next to the stadium, right downtown. But a lot of people have to stay 45 minutes away, a half hour away, because there's so much going on. The prices are through the roof. Like if the NFL draft comes to town, and let's say, in Landover, they take the stadium down and they start building new stuff, there's going to be hotels. Those hotels are going to be full for Commanders games and hotels in Alexandria. Like it's broader than just the immediate space.
Well, it is. And it's also different because you've got an ownership group that when they make promises to you, you feel comfortable they're going to happen. So the idea of having a conversation with the governor and with Josh and his team regarding what will happen in Landover at the stadium is also something that you feel a lot more comfortable with, because, for us, a large part of that play is economically, that's about a $50 million tax play every year for our county, right? So the idea is, how do you plug and play something like that if that walks away? And how you put that in place is how we have to look about it. The nostalgia of RFK Stadium, you're never going to be able to rebuild that someplace else. So you got to be realistic about it. And so, but at the end of the day, you've got to figure out, all right, well, if we got a commitment that we're going to fill that budget hole and the opportunity to sit down to figure out how do we do something with Josh and Magic and Josh Rails and Mark I and all these people who are very clear on what goes on in that area. We have 200 employees that work for the Commanders that are over in the Discovery Park in College Park.
Right. Yeah.
When they were looking for some space, we said, hey, we'll help you guys find some space. And if you haven't been over there and seen their space, where basically the executives of a lot of the team members, for the organization operates. So you figure out how to make that work. You don't sit around and try to kill something happening regionally, which is why our 2 senators made sure to vote to allow this to happen, because any one of them could have killed the project.
Yep.
Yeah, man.
Right about that.
Hey, thank you for the call and thank you for the perspective. I firmly agree with you that rising tide lifts all boats. I understand that this might be in the district and Prince George's County is on the other side of an arbitrary border, but it's going to help everybody, man.
Yeah.
Thank you, Orland. Appreciate it, man.
It will. Thanks a lot, guys. Have a great day, man.
He has an advancement mindset.
Dude, growth mindset, baby. That's what it's about.
Yeah.
He also kind of sounds like Bunk from The Wire. Anybody else hear that? Well, I got to be honest. I don't know what the hell our break schedules are anymore. So if I'm tilted, Landfill, just bring me back. Mary is in Bethesda. Hello, Mary. How do you do?
Hey guys, how are you? I don't mean to rain on the parade, but we've been a season ticket holder since the 1960s, and it's been great times and not so great times under the old leadership or ownership, I should say. And the gift from Jack Kent Cooke to the people of Washington was to build that stadium in Landover without personal seat licenses. My concern is the personal seat license. I think it's going to price out the average fan, and it makes me very sad. And I know it's great economically. It's going to bring concerts and all these things that we don't have. But who, bottom line, is going to pay is the season ticket holders for the Commanders that get socked with that personal seat license, that have great seats now, only because we stuck through the ownership for so many years, and the years where we couldn't even give away our seats. And that's what I'm worried about.
So I think that's a legitimate concern, obviously. Yeah. I also think this is just kind of, for better or worse, the way of the world.
It is.
They're doing it in Buffalo right now. Some Buffalo season ticket holders are shocked by the numbers. But I've been in enough stadiums where, like Giant Stadium, I know did this. I know Raven Stadium did this. There's plenty of average fans. Matt Valdez, we should almost ask him. I wonder if, because his family has season tickets. I'm not, Mary, let me be crystal clear. It sucks for you. You stuck through thick and thin. Now you're going to get hit with this additional fee. I understand your frustration with it.
Well, I can tell you, I'm also a season ticket holder for the Ravens. And 20 years ago, when they built that stadium, we paid a nominal PSL. And I'm talking like $2,500. I mean, that might be nominal to some people. It was fair at the time for pretty decent seats, lower level.
Okay.
My concern is I've got 50-yard line seats, and I don't think $2,500 is what it's going to be.
But how long ago did they build the Ravens Stadium?
1998.
So you're talking about 20-something years ago. So you should imagine now it's not going to be $2,500.
So I did just look this up, Mary.
Yeah.
$2,500 in 98 is 5 G's now, roughly. it'd be
I'll pay 5 G's for my 50-yard line seats. Will I pay 10,000 a seat? I'm not sure.
I hear you. Again, I'm not disagreeing with you. Having to pay something that you didn't have to before kind of sucks. I understand that. Yeah. But I also think, and I'm going to keep saying this, I think, and it's hard to do until we can visualize it and actually understand it, but I think we need to try not to look through the prism of FedEx Field, Northwest Stadium at the new stadium. What if right now you have 50-yard line seats and they're dope and that's what you're used to and like? What if for the amount of money you spend, I don't know if it's $10K a year, whatever those tickets cost you, what if they have some new option where there's this huge party area with all you can eat food and drinks and seats and a bar and you can walk around? What if you and your family decide, oh, I actually like that more? And maybe there isn't a PSL for that and it costs you roughly the same. Like I think there's going to be so much newness to this that we've gotten used to what FedEx is, which is a really outdated model.
Very much.
Like walking around Atlanta or SoFi, you see so many different seating, ticketing options. And I think this Harris Group is the not messing around crew. I think they're going to present so many different options in a new stadium. I don't know if that helps, but
it helps. It helps, and I'm anxious to hear. On a separate issue, I don't even know if you want to get into it, but the Caps just kind of rearranged their whole arena and added, premium seats, which I have season tickets in 110, and they did not reach my level, my row, thank God, because they're bumping up all those expensive seats. So,
premium is where the money is. And I mean, that's just where the world is. But Mary, as an aside, can me and B-Mitch get it? You got tickets to the Skins. You got tickets to the Caps. What do you not have? Mary's got tickets to the Ravens.
You're talking about the average fan. You don't seem to be an average fan.
I am an average fan.
You got season tickets everywhere. You're above average.
I think it's above average, Mary.
I don't know. I mean, it's been, it's been a family kind of thing since a long time ago.
All right, so you got Commander season tickets, Ravens season tickets, Caps season tickets. Yep. What about the Nats?
No.
Partial game
I'm not
plan?
into baseball. I love that stadium, and I was just there in a suite with my
average fan.
No.
What about the Orioles?
They were okay. Those seats were given to us. And I can tell you that's a great stadium.
All right, Mary, we got a boogie here. Thank you for the call. Good luck in the coming years with the PSLs and all that. Thank you.
Thank you.
All
Thanks for listening to me. Thank you, guys.
Got you.
Bye.
We're gonna go. We're learning a lot today. We are learning, Landfill. We're about to learn some more. Hello, Reverend. How do you do?
Oh, Mary, don't you weep. And while you were to tell Martha not to moan, Mary had a lot to say, didn't she?
Mary, she brought up some good points, Rev.
No, Mary a hustler. Mary be hustling. I love you, Mary. And if you ever want to give some away, call 1067 Fan, give them to Jeff, and he'll get them the Rev T. I love you, Mary.
There's part of me that loves Jeff as Rev T's personal answering service. That much I know.
Yeah, I'm just, that's my homie, man. I like no other my brother. But I'm just saying, they say baby Jesus got up last weekend, didn't he? And they say he rose on that Monday or that one of them days. My grandmama gonna give me. But anyway, but I'm just saying, look on this Monday. Look, we got the Easter, right? Look what you rose up from the dead. RFK is back. I'm just saying, a young boy coming from where my grandmama stayed over there in the Pinnacles. People from D.C. know what I'm talking about. Real people. From my family that stayed up on C Street, D Street, you know what I'm saying, up off East Capitol. I'm just trying to tell you from a young boy that made a crazy man that had a headscarf on, that changed my life, that encouraged me to become the super fan that I am today. CZ, I know he up in heaven right now just shouting all over that place. So at the end of the day, you ask Rev T what I feel about the Washington Commanders, Josh Hurst group, Magic Johnson, Mark Earl. What's the other brother name? Y'all know who I'm talking about. Merrill Bowser. Yeah, I mean, just telling the people, the Commander Nation, that we going back to D.C. I want to be in that number. D-Mitch, we got to go up there and talk. I need to be in that number because when they go back to my city, my place, I'll catch a boat, I'll row a boat from Dumfries, from Manassas. I'll be there. You understand? I mean, hell to the Commanders. And I don't say that too much now these days, and y'all know for more reasons why. But today, right now, in this moment, here in the DMV, I don't give a damn what you're thinking about. Right now, in this moment, hell to the Commanders. Hell to the mighty Commanders. Why not us, y'all? That's all I can say. Y'all know who this is. The People's Hype Man. Say it with me.
Red. Can't go that long.
This is beautiful, man. I love y'all. March
All right, bro.
with me.
Later.
March with me. Rev's marching from Dumfries to.
I thought you were going to say he was going to
Scap.
swim. I'm like, I don't know if Red can swim.
Dog, B, this is just me. I don't think he should row a boat that far.
Nah, he
That's
won't.
what this is-
Hey, he get tired. He get tired by,
There's some
I'll
currents on
say,
the Potomac.
50 yards from where he started, he'll be tired.
Taking your calls all hour. What do you think? Commanders, NFL, Mayor Bowser announced plans to get the football team back to the RFK Stadium site. It's a hell of a day to be a Washingtonian.
So DC wants to redevelop the RFK Stadium site into a new entertainment district with 65,000 seat Commander Stadium being the main event, but they're also planning to add a lot more, including 6,000 new homes. So let's dive deeper into what this new district might look like. A new community would emerge between a handful of mini districts per these new designs. The Plaza District is going to border the Hill East community, which will have housing, hotels, retail, restaurants. Same with the Riverfront District. The Kingman Park District would bring more housing and recreation facilities to the area, and the Anacostia River Trail will anchor a 30-acre stretch of land running along the waterfront. And on top of that, a public recreation district will be built on the fields at RFK. DC says that they plan to build an $89 million sportsplex for indoor track and gymnastics, among other features that aren't already found in cities' existing public rec centers. So along with the stadium, a lot more coming to that RFK site, all of this coming out of the press conference that was aired earlier today. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
I grew up in this district, as was mentioned before, attending games at Old RFK Stadium. It was a special place. Many of our early memories as a football fan were formed there, watching the great teams and sharing the experiences with my family and the tremendous fans of this team. A generation of fans growing up rooting for the team did not have that experience, but the next ones will. And I could not be more excited for them.
That was NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell talking about a return to the district for the Washington Commanders. I've had friends and people ask me throughout this process, like, hey, you really think RFK is going to get done? And kind of throughout, I've had like a relatively similar answer. I'm like, it's never been this close. It's never been this realistic. It feels like it's going to get done, Brian.
Yep. I've said a lot of things, and when Congress did the vote to give DC permission, what did I say? I said, I believe they said we're giving you permission, but this is what we want. You know what I'm saying? So at somewhere or another, it's going to happen. Roger walked the halls of the Capitol. And I think they wouldn't be this far along if they didn't have some understanding this is going to go through. You may have to come in the middle or something, appease some certain people, but hell, that's what most politicians are. Politicians are against everything until you appease their pockets.
There will be some backs scratched over the next
So
5-6
listen,
years.
man.
Maybe over the next
The
5-6
people that
weeks.
come out and they yell loud, and all of a sudden at the end they go, "Hey, yeah, we decided it was a better thing for the city." You know what? Find out a way to check their bank accounts.
Right.
Or whatever else. I just believe that, man. And I believe this thing is where it's at now because the people who highly support politicians, the NFL owners, people who want to see new stuff, NFL, they don't even get what the hell they want. And when you look at it, you see 15 to 16% of what's happening, that stadium. Everything else is going to be economic development. You can't see that as a negative.
Let's go to Mike is in D.C. Mike, how do you feel about all the news, man? Commanders getting back to RFK.
I feel we got to do what we got to do to get it done with Congressman Rogers and Mario Bowser. And now I'm a champion. The Commanders is a champion, and you're a champion. And failure is not an option. Thank you.
All right, man.
Thanks, bro. He's a champion. Tyler is in Fredericksburg. Tyler, how you feeling, dude?
Hey, fellas. I'm feeling pretty good, man. I think I can speak upon all DMV people out there listening that it's a dream come true. But there's one little snag that I didn't hear in that whole press conference, and I don't know if anyone in the media is really asking this question. But I mean, if we're really going to rebuild and make a brand new RFK Stadium, are we going to bring back the old bouncing bleachers? I feel like that would be a huge, huge detail.
Well, that's going to come
really-
down to Mitch, means Josh and his architects. I've always felt that they should get it back, but if an architect can build that, that'd be cool. But I don't think if they can't build it, it's going to take away.
Yeah, dude, I remember bouncing. I remember that.
I remember seeing it.
It was really dope, but maybe we need an engineer, an architect or something. I think that was actually like a flaw. I don't think that was good. I think it was just that those were temporary seats they put over because it was built for baseball.
Yeah.
And the temporary seats
They rocked.
Yeah. I'll say that, I have been in stadiums, though, where it gets so loud and so atmospheric that it kind of bounces a little. That actually happens in Denver because everybody stomps their feet. There's other ways to try to create that. I don't think you could build it. I could be wrong. Maybe you can.
I think in this day and age, I think it should be absolutely possible to bring that old feature back into this new RFK Stadium. If it can be done, great. I think every, even like you guys just mentioned, I think every fan out there, old and new, would be, would be really appreciative of it.
I guess we'll see, man. Thanks, dude. Thanks for the call.
Thank you.
I want to check in with Landfill at some point. We haven't gotten his take on all this, but right now, I'm going to check in with Kevin in Frederick. Kev, what you got, bud?
Hey, first time caller. Love your
Appreciate
show.
you, brother.
Thanks, man. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, I love you guys. I had a question. Nobody's talking about the field. Are they going to have natural grass?
I don't know.
I don't know either. They want to listen, man. Whether it is a retractable roof or just a roof, you need a roof. It's got to be indoors so you can have all the events you want. That part of this, to me, I love the idea and the romanticism of being outdoors in the winter and a snow game and blah blah blah. But this is also a business decision, and there's public money involved. You got to do what's best to get money into town.
Yeah, the most you can get out of it.
Yeah, I'm not. The dome is cool, so we can have Final Fours and all the other things. But if they do like Arizona, don't they have transparent roof where the sun shines down through it?
Yeah,
so
but Arizona can move.
around?
Arizona can take their grass and roll it out. They have a system where the whole grass field rolls out, and it's outside during the days and stuff like that, and they can roll it back
that's
in.
Crazy. I
Now,
didn't know that.
I don't know if grass gonna grow consistently around here like that. Arizona got a good place to grow grass too.
Yeah, I just hate for AstroTurf, for players getting hurt all the time.
It won't be AstroTurf.
Yeah,
if
it's
it's anything,
field
it'll be
turf,
probably
dude.
field turf.
Yeah, no chance it'd be AstroTurf. And a lot of honestly, dude, if you go to the high school level, the majority of these high schools now have field turf.
Yeah.
I imagine by the time this stadium gets built in 2030, by the time
They
there's
may have some
NFL
new
games,
synthetic grass or something.
dude, the vast majority of the league has probably played the vast majority of its football on field turf.
Yeah.
That's just kind of how it is. So
I'm just old school, I guess.
Hey, man, there's nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it. We just gotta view the world through a new prism, sir. Thank you, Kevin.
I think that the shoe company's got to make better shoes for better surfaces. When all of the AstroTurf and field turfs came out, you were using the same shoes. The shoe company have to adjust a little bit to make sure they now have nothing that's getting stuck into this crap.
Let's try Mike in Fairfax. Mike, hey, what's up, bud?
Hey, what's up, man? I love your show, man, as
Thanks.
always. So this is, I'll give you just my quick thought, and I'm sure you've already talked about this, so I apologize in advance if it's already been said. And let's be honest, Harris and his crew, these are smart people. They have analysts, I'm sure, that have crunched the numbers, and they know within the 90 to 100% certainty that they're going to not only, as you guys said, make up for, they're going to make the money that they put in. They're going to make a lot of money in the future, supposedly, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when I first initially heard this, I shook my head and said, well, isn't FedEx paid for? I don't think there's a mortgage there. And you say, well, no, it's tough to get in and out with concerts and all that. And I get that. And you say, well, it's old. You know, people, it's the nostalgia, man. You know, I grew up around here. I remember the Super Bowls and the parades and all that. But unless the name changes, you're never going to get that back. My initial thought, if I was in that group, and I'm not smart enough, and I don't have the money in the Rails group and Harris group, is no, let's keep it. Let's each year after the season, let's make FedEx better. Add the money to that, and to recoup, you slowly you have to increase prices. I get it. I'm sure I'm way off. This is just something I'm tossing out there. But my initial thought was HELL. No, we're not going to take a risk here. Maybe it's not a risk. They have it all planned out.
I don't agree with you. I appreciate the call. I appreciate you listening.
Yeah.
Is it? I got a little confused with that call, honestly. B, is he concerned that there won't be money to pay the players? Are you aware of how much money these teams make?
But they're getting $300 and some million a year already from the TV revenue, and it'll go up. That's not going to be a problem at all. I think what you got to understand is, as I just stated before we went off earlier, when you try to fix something that's already there, you normally have to bring it up to code and do other stuff before you add, which normally is more expensive than just building the damn thing from the ground. You know what I mean?
Dude,
So
if
you try to make FedEx Field a dome, it may cost as much as it is to go build a brand new stadium.
If they were going to stay in Maryland, I know there was at least significant discussion about just, let me back up to what I know I'm allowed to say. When the New York Giants built a new stadium in East Rutherford in New Jersey at the Meadowlands, they built a brand new stadium next to the old one.
Yeah.
And when they were finally able to move into the new one, they blew up the old one.
Yeah.
It's my understanding that's what they would have done at FedEx.
Yeah. More than likely. But they're not going to try and add all. You know what? To make that thing into a dome and do all this, you know how much up the code you got to do and much more strengthening you have to do to build that thing properly? It's going to cost you way more than you think it's going to be. So build one from the ground up.
Well, dude, in Miami, they had what I guess was like Joe Robbie or whatever.
Yeah.
And then they finally, because they couldn't find land for a new stadium, right? And they got a big time renovation on that stadium, and it took them 2 years.
Uh-huh.
Like these things take almost as long to build.
They did not
new
make
ones.
that into a dome.
No.
It's still outside.
Right.
And I would love to see the price tag of what it was.
Right.
Just to rehabilitate something.
All right.
I know we see all these TV shows where somebody goes in and they get something for $40,000 and then they go build this house. The house that they had when they bought, they probably tear it down and rebuild something there. They don't just go refurbish those homes. It make us think that they're doing it, but a stadium, it costs a lot more to do a stadium.
All right. Huge Caps win last night. John Walton,
Definitely.
Voice of the Caps right here on 106.7 The Fan will join us at 1 o'clock. We're checking in with Professor Landini, noted economist on the new stadium deal. If he thinks the numbers check out, nobody go anywhere.
Here in the district, there will be billions of dollars invested in this area and economic activity that lifts up this city and generates jobs throughout the region. The NFL has a long history of investing in stadiums projects along with the home team, but all 31 teams will contribute along with Josh and his partners. This is an important project that the league recognizes, and we will be there to support.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. A lot of folks giving me lots of comments on
what's the overall sentiment.
I think the overall sentiment is really, really positive. I think folks are really, really into the idea.
Yep.
I think there's a large portion of the fan base. This would be people my age and up that are all in on RFK.
Mm-hmm.
I really think, unless
you all have lived and heard all the stories and things of that nature.
And dude, I'm about the tail end of it because when after 91, like even say you're 2 or 3 years younger than me, you're probably just too young to really remember the 91 Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you really started watching it was kind of those early Norv years where things were rough. And then they moved to Jack and Cook, you know?
Hey.
So like I'm weirdly right on the precipice of who RFK matters a lot to. And then you've got younger guys. Like I've always found this fascinating with Stallion. And Stallion, I'm using Stallion as representative of like 25-year-olds because I think I've heard Linnell say something similar, Toby say something similar. I think if you're under 30, you're very much in this mindset of I don't care where it is, I just want the coolest stadium.
Yeah.
This looks like the coolest stadium.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I think the boating is going to be such a
the boating aspect is what really has me going.
Doug, I think
I may have to go get in boat again.
I just think it'll be significantly more than folks think.
Yeah.
And I think there'll be legitimate ferries from like National Harbor, Alexandria, Georgetown, Navy Yard. And so think about like the ease that puts on traffic. If you're just driving to Alexandria or to National Harbor and then you take a boat, that's like so many fewer cars. And the people that want to tailgate, you're going to have tailgating options. Not to mention, I remember as a kid going to RFK, sometimes people would just rent out their driveway, like because there's houses there. And the driveway parking would probably be $100. You know what those people are going to do? Have the grill going.
Hell yeah.
Like it's just going to be a different
vibe, but you know, I think people are going to figure it out. You're going to have a lot more things to be offered than you had out there. So it'll be all right.
Professor Landini has a great ability to cut through the BS. Mr. Mullins, James Andrew Mullins X, lifelong DMV resident, noted anti-Virginia Stadium scholar.
He's probably the happiest man in the world today.
How you feeling, dude?
I'm pumped. This is great news. I love that they're getting the new stadium. FedEx Field is a dump. And I'm glad that they're not going to be playing in. I mean, I guess they'll be there for a few more years, but it looks like they'll be getting a new stadium. I'm glad it's not going to be near me with the traffic. I think this is a win-win. Everybody's winning here. There's just so much winning.
Mm-hmm.
I think you are smart enough. You often say that like these owners are so rich they should build the stadium. What do you think of the deal? At least how it's been presented, that it's about 75% ownership, 25% public.
Yeah, that seems like they're putting up a lot of the money, which I think is great too. That means that it'll probably benefit people in the area instead of just the owners. Yeah, I think that's great.
I'm with you. White Brian, what has been the consensus on the stream? We've been so busy. Shout out to everybody on the stream, youtube.com/1067 The Fan. Hopefully you've enjoyed it. I am wearing a shirt and tie for all those that have been wondering. I was at this breakfast type thing with with the mayor this morning. Have to head to the press club when our show concludes. So that thus you get clean shave, hair combed, no hat, no hoodie, JP in a suit. What are they saying, WB?
They were very happy, and then an Eagles fan invaded the chat. So now it's just
trying to block them bastards.
Yeah, what's your blocking situation, White Brian? Block him.
He has a profile picture of Jaden Daniels, so I don't know.
The thing about him is,
and if he's resistant,
why does he care about a new stadium here?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's what I want to know.
B, I saw at the draft party at National Harbor on Saturday. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Was that Saturday we were there? I was walking around taking photos. It was a lot of fun. There's one dude in a Dez Bryant jersey. I just go, "Why are you here?" And I kept walking, and then I saw another dude in the Eagles jersey. They're everywhere. Yes, Lamp.
They're obsessed with us, just like the Bears fans are.
The Bears fans,
they're weird. They're weird.
They got their head all the way up. You know what else I love, and I understand. I think a lot of times, like, luck meets opportunity in a way that can only be described as synchronicity. Like, sometimes things just happen. It's serendipitous, whatever the hell you want to say, right? And if you look at what's happening in Cleveland and in Chicago, and Chicago's a little bigger, Cleveland's a little smaller, but they're NFL cities. These are major U.S. cities. Both have downtown waterfront stadiums, and both are going sideways with the city because they want it to be paid for. And both Chicago and Cleveland that have dope downtown waterfront stadiums rather, are about to move way out to the suburbs where they can get a ton of land and develop it themselves.
Yeah.
And it sucks. The fans hate it. You know what's happening in Washington? Literally the opposite.
Yeah. And
you know what is a huge driver of their ability to do the opposite of what is happening in comparable
The
NFL
owner having
cities?
money.
It's one thing to have it, Brian. It's another.
They're willing to use it.
Damn right. And I think, listen, I'm not asking anybody to do billionaires favors. You don't need to go mow Josh Harris's lawn or anything, but we should recognize how different and special it is that this group of owners, and it's not just Josh, Mitch, Mark Ein, Magic, there's lots of folks involved. It's not just any of them, but their willingness to do a deal like this. My eyes are open. I know they're going to make a lot of money, and that's fine. This is America. You're supposed to.
If you spend, you're supposed to make.
Yeah.
Why invest in something you're not going to make money from?
I just think folks should be really fired up about this. Hopefully they are. Hopefully our show's doing a little bit of a job to help them understand it. Nobody go anywhere. Switching gears. Caps. John Walton next.
The District of Columbia and the Commanders reached an agreement to construct a new home for the football team in the site at the old RFK Stadium, which is, the franchise called that place home for more than 3 decades. So it's a bit of a homecoming. Now, it won't happen right away. It's expected to open in 2030 if everything goes according to plan. Groundbreaking expected next year. However, all of this is pending D.C. City Council approval. Today's press conference, though, does make it feel very real. The Commanders are contributing $2.7 billion, with the city investing roughly $1.1 billion over the next 8 years for the stadium, housing, green space, and a sportsplex on 170 acres of land bordering the Anacostia River. That is the single largest private investment in the district's history. Now, the stadium itself is only going to take up 16 of those acres, but per renderings today, you saw a bunch of new things that will be in that area to build up the Plaza District, the Riverfront District, Kingman Park District, and of course the Anacostia River Trail. Lots of fun and exciting things happening, again, pending D.C. City Council approval. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
And Van Riemsdyk alertly will play it ahead, and Montreal is going to put Caulfield to the bench. Big line trading and heading off. Here's Mangiapane coming down the middle. He scores! Andrew Mangiapane scores from the high slot, coming into the zone. He just beat Jakub Dobeš with 3:37 to go in the third. It's 3-2 Washington.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. Joining us now, you heard that call. The goal is our friend, Mr. John Walton. I honestly don't know where John is, if he's in America or Canada. Hello, John. How do you do?
Very much in the United States of America, but thanks for asking. We're all good here.
That's good to hear. Glad you're back. Dude, what an electric game yesterday. And I'm on a text thread with a bunch of my buddies, and early in that third period, they're like, guys, I'm really starting to get nervous about this series. And then they just turned everything around.
That one hit.
I mean, seriously, the Willie hit, what was that like in person?
It was seismic. It was clean. There's a lot of folks, not a lot of folks, but there's some, especially in the Montreal camp, that took issue with the hit, and that's crazy. That's a clean hit. He hit him shoulder to shoulder. The follow-through is very legal. There's nothing that was wrong with that hit, unless you're Alexander Carrier, who got blasted in the next week. So I feel that it did absolutely turn things around. Duhaime scores shortly thereafter. Montreal's in a lot of trouble. And I think going back to game one, we realized that the Capitals are easily the better team in this series. And not all, sometimes the best team doesn't always win, but they have the best offensive weapons. Dylan Strome is off to one of the best starts any Capital has ever had offensively. First 4 games, there's only 4 guys in Caps playoff history that have had more points. So you're getting it from a lot of places. It's been a little uneven. They didn't have a very good game in game 3. But even when they were a turnover machine, they had 17 giveaways in game 3. And the special teams have been a little bit lacking. But even with that, they could have won game 3. And they did win game 4 because they were much better in controlling their zone. And when given the opportunity after the Wilson hit and being able to find different guys, Duhaime and Mangiapane, not exactly leading the offense during the regular season, both huge games, huge third periods yesterday in being able to finish them off. So 3-1 coming home. I mean, look, the history of things here is, it's not over till it's over, and Caps fans know that as well as anybody. But I'm telling you, the Caps are the better team, and I think they have a really good chance of closing this thing out on Wednesday night.
We talk about people maturing, and you can look at Tom. I think they've tried all types of things with Tom. They tried to, agitate him, but he stayed cool. And that hit yesterday, this shows a lot about it, where he hit the guy legally, but it completely changed the game.
It did, but
they haven't gotten under his skin like they would normally have done.
Yeah, and Tom even said to us after Game 3, look, I was on tilt a little bit. I'm paraphrasing, but he knew that he was a little bit over the line, and he can't be in the penalty box because he's too valuable. He scores too many goals. He is too valuable on the penalty kill. He's too much of a deterrent on the ice. Everybody's going to wake up when he's coming their direction. So he knows he had to be better from Game 3 to Game 4, and he absolutely was. And to be able to time that hit the way that he did, pick your spots, do it legally, he absolutely did, and not spend the time in the penalty box where you're not able to contribute to the cause. I thought he was good. There are a lot of guys that have been very good in this series, and now you're looking at it sure sounds like we're going to see Alexei Protas on Wednesday, who's been out here for 3 weeks. So it's only getting better here, getting Logan Thompson back, getting Protas back. Missing Martin Feravari sucks, but everything else about what's going on here, pretty encouraging. No team is going to sweep anybody, and the Caps could get it done as quickly as any team if they can win on Wednesday night.
Ovi's penalty, when they put him in the box, I thought that was an inadvertent hit.
I got to tell you, I wasn't entirely. I understand why they called it, and I didn't get too up in arms about it. But I don't disagree with that. I think he kind of ran into Ovi, and it was a little bit of coincidental that they met in the place that they did. But much like Wilson, I mean, when you've got big guys against little guys, sometimes you're not going to get the benefit of the doubt. But you are seeing, even when those things get called, why are the Capitals successful? They're successful because they're big and they can skate and they have offense and they play good defense. And Game 3 wasn't good for them, but the other 3 games in this series, Montreal hasn't had a lot of answers. And now, as they're coming home on Wednesday night, the thing that was so impressive, Spencer Carberry outcoached Martin St. Louis last night in a big way. And he's a rookie head coach, a tremendous player, obviously, but MSL's never done this before. Spencer Carberry went to school on his experience against a very experienced coach last year in Peter Laviolette, and even though he didn't have last change, he owned it last night. So the coaching, the goaltending, the defense, the offense, there's really a lot of things going right. Every game's going to be close. It's the playoffs. That's the way that it goes. Montreal's a good team. They're coming in the next year or two. They're going to be a regular, I think, in the Stanley Cup playoffs. But right now, Washington's just the better team.
B-Vision Philly, 106.7 The Fan on the Rude Guest Hotline. We're talking to our friend John Walton. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And John, I've talked to you many times. I always said about when this team used to be where they stood around and watch Ovi. And as you just stated, everybody seems to be doing their job. You just talked about Carberry, how great he's doing. But the people who are picking all this talent and making sure that they're signed, they should be commended as well, you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Brian McClellan and Chris Patrick last summer is really where this started. The Capitals were a fringe playoff team a year ago. They got in. They weren't there long, but they went out and got Matt Roy and went out and got Pierre-Luc Dubois and went out and got Brandon Duhaime. Look what he did last night.
Yeah.
Got Andrew Mangiapane. Look what he did last night. They brought in 7 guys that all clicked as well as they could have clicked. Yeah. And to be able to contribute and turn this from a team that, yeah, you know what, they're a pretty good team to, wow, they're a very good team. And being able to get more from guys that maybe didn't have the career going in other places that they had hoped, they've come here and they've excelled. And I think being able to have the hockey operations staff the Capitals does, it's no accident that the Capitals are in this position. They went out and identified guys, they worked, and now here they are on the verge of the second round.
They didn't start off like I expected them to start yesterday, but they were able to come back. When you look at this game coming up on Wednesday, do you feel they have to get a fast start? Because what I've noticed about the Canadians, they are not just falling back. They don't just take a backseat. They're very opportunistic, and if you give them a chance, they're going to hurt you.
I think the real advantage, and to your point, Montreal's forwards are dangerous. Cole Caulfield is going to be a star in this league for a long time. Juraj Slafkovsky has been very good in this series, and Nick Suzuki. That whole line has been a handful, and you have to be mindful of when they are on the ice. But what made yesterday so great was the fact that you went into Bell Center, and I'm telling you guys, I've been in a lot of hockey arenas. I've been to a lot of football stadiums. I've been to a lot of baseball stadiums. That place is insane. I don't think there's a place in North America. 22,500 indoors is a lot of people. It's the biggest arena in major pro sports that's indoors. And they were insane in game 3. And you thought, okay, like you're kind of going up against the crowd, and the Caps got a little flustered, but they not only found a way to win the game, but they did it when they didn't have last change. And Spencer Carberry got all the matchups he wanted in this game. And now that's Montreal's problem on Wednesday night. They don't get last change. The Caps have their fans behind them, and they're going to have a lot of trouble. I'm not saying that it's not, there is no such thing as an easy game. Montreal is going to put their best effort forward. The fourth win is always the hardest to get, but being able to have an easier time matching, getting those combinations you want. So if you want Pierre-Luc Dubois' line out against the Suzuki line, guess what, guys? You're going to have to get through the best defense the Capitals have to offer. You didn't always have to do that in Montreal. You're going to have to do it in D.C. So there's a lot encouraging here is what I'm saying. So between now and getting going for Game 5, you know, there's a lot of folks in Montreal that thought their best chance was, okay, get it even, go to a best of 3. You're going to have one more home game. You just got to win one game in D.C. Well, now you're going to have to win a whole bunch of games in D.C.
There you go.
So it's a lot harder task because of what happened yesterday. Now they can try and finish it off on Wednesday.
I know I heard you say that when we talked with you last week about how loud it was at the Bell Center. And I was sitting with my friends over at a little bar. And you can, you know, you listen to some games and the crowd is so loud to where you're like, damn, it has to be like deafening inside of that place. That's how I felt yesterday. So I'm putting the challenge out. Caps fans, what you going to do? You know,
bring it.
Let's show them that, you know, we can get the same thing, because I can see why they play so hard at home, because their fans are truly behind them. Caps fans are behind them too, but I want them to take it up another level.
I couldn't hear myself in my own headset. I was talking with Tarek El-Bashir, who was on TNT duty for the game, and he's trying to hear in his earpiece from the producer, and good luck, couldn't do it. You're out the bowl. What did you say? I mean, there was a lot of that over the course of 2.5 hours, but it got real quiet in the third period yesterday, and that was nice. And by the time that the Caps got that empty net goal, they were heading out into the Montreal night and looking for other things to do. So more of that. Don't go back to Montreal. Finish it off here, and you won't have to worry about contending with that again. You can get ready for what is probably the Carolina Hurricanes. They're up 3-1 on the other side. So finishing it off, getting a little bit of rest would be nice. If they can finish it off on Wednesday, no guarantees of anything, but it certainly would behoove them to be able to try and nail it down and then have a few days to rest, reflect, and get ready for what's next.
Are you worried about any kind of retaliation towards Tom? Although it's absolutely legal, I hate the fact that guys that are strong and big, they always seem to be doing. People try to make it seem like they're doing something wrong when they do stuff absolutely legal. They're just bigger than you.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? And if somebody wants to try and retaliate on Tom Wilson, I wish them luck, because 6'4", 225, you can do what you want. I think Montreal, I think we've seen a lot of chippiness. We've seen a lot of stuff after the whistle. We've seen a lot of stuff at TV timeouts. Yeah, and the Caps in Montreal were both fined $25,000 today, by the way, for some of that, and trying to maybe curtail that with a little bit of monetary incentive. So what's going to happen, I think, Mitch, here in Game 5 is Montreal can't mess around with any of that. They have to win or they're going to the golf course. So they are going to put their absolute best out in the first 10 minutes on Wednesday night. You're going to see a lot of the Suzuki line with Slafkovsky and Caulfield, and they are a tremendous line, and they are a load to handle. And the Capitals are going to have to be at their best. There's no doubt. But we have seen time and time again, twice now in this series, 25 times during the regular season, the Capitals, when they have gotten behind, have come back to win. Nothing phases this group. It hasn't all year, and it hasn't in this playoff series either. And even giving up the first goal. If Montreal scores first in Game 5, I don't think anybody in that room is going to be too worried about it. Mm-hmm. I think if the Caps get the first couple of goals, I think Montreal folds up their tent and goes home. But they're going to have their best. There's no doubt. They're going to bring the house in the first 10, and the Capitals are going to have to be ready for it.
Well, I hope God forgive me for this one. This dude Anderson, bro, he needs to get his. Look, I take stuff personal.
He's still running around.
I watched him from the first game. I'm like, this dude. Like, you go through some games and you go to series and you end up having someone you don't like. he has taken that position. He just does something a little dirty, slick, but after the fact, and Hiram gets out of there because he don't want to deal with the person he's messing with.
It's funny because through the course of his career, he's a pretty good goal scorer. He was with Columbus and, in Montreal. And I always thought of him as a guy, it's like, yeah, decent offensive player, but he never could do anything against the Caps. 28 games in the regular season, he scored 1 goal. This is a guy with, 150, 160, 170 goals in his career. Not a bad, offensive player at all.
Uh-huh.
But he's taken on a very different persona here from what I think, when you only see a guy maybe, 2, 3, 4 times a year. And now you're seeing him under the bright lights in the playoffs. And he definitely has an edge to him. I don't know that I fully realize.
I think he has that edge because he knows Tom can't hurt his team right now. Because if this was a regular season game and all he did is get suspended for a game, come back, he wouldn't touch him.
Yeah, there's certainly something to that. I mean, he's going to do what he does. He's a competitor just like Tom is, and, he's going to bring his best too. But I think that on the whole, especially, I think the Caps get a pretty good lift. If Alexei Protas ends up coming back on Wednesday night, I think mentally that's going to be a huge lift for the penalty kill. It's going to be a huge lift for the top 6. He had 30 goals during the regular season, and now he gets a game or two to get his legs underneath him here and get ready, hopefully, for the second round and get back up to speed. After Logan Thompson, I was surprised as anybody that he was back out, and I think we all were in the media corps and for the Montreal media corps. When he left the game in Game 3, I didn't think we were going to see him the rest of the series, and we didn't see him in practice on the off day, so we didn't have any reason to think anything different. And then he came out or the skate and goes into the starter's net. Like, okay, I guess this is happening.
Hey, like y'all say, hockey players are built differently, man.
They are, and he certainly was, and he played great. He's been great this whole series, and hopefully he gets that 4th and final win to move him along.
All right, John, man. Well, I appreciate you giving us some time, man, and we look forward to the game on Wednesday.
You bet. Let's get her done, and we'll keep chatting here. Let's hope till June, guys.
Let's get the little red Corvette going, brother.
Listen, yeah, I can do a whole segment with Prince on you whenever you want, Mitch. You know that.
I got you, man. All right, John. Appreciate you, man. Thank you very much.
All right. We'll see you.
All right, that's our friend John Walton. You can follow him on X at John Walton, PXP. That's play-by-play. We'll take us a quick break here. And we just finished up with the draft over the weekend, and the Commanders had only 5 picks. I think they did a terrific job with the draft. I think they did a lot of work in the offseason where it put them in a position where they didn't have to force anything. And I also feel that the roster that they're going to start off with in the first game of the season is not fully constructed yet. They are going to try and still get some extra pieces on here. But the question I'm going to ask, will trading all those draft picks to get guys on this team, will it haunt the Commanders? I'll let you know my answer, and we'll try and get yours. Be Mitchell Philly, 106.7 The Fan. Coming up, we'll be right back shortly.
We're still breaking down that press conference today between the Commanders and DC that the Commanders are coming home, building a new stadium at the RFK site. So the Commanders will pay $2.7 billion to build the stadium. The district will contribute $500 million for other projects on the site, according to senior officials in Washington of Mayor Bowser's administration. Events DC is going to contribute $181 million. Another $175 million will come from stadium activity, these senior officials said. Now, in total, officials said $1.1 billion will come from public funds. The DC Council does still need to approve any taxpayer money that's used for the project. The group has been pretty split on this topic in the past. Washington's $500 million portion will come from the city's $10 billion operating budget, not its capital budget. Administration officials said that the $500 million will come from an existing sports facility fee and will be an extension of what they used to build the stadium for the Nationals. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. All right, we haven't really been able to. I mean, it's been a busy day, dude. We got obviously
the way we like it, Jay.
I know. We got the biggest news by a mile is that the Commanders agreed to a deal with DC Mayor Muriel Bowser about getting RFK rebuilt. They've got support from a lot of people, including NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell. I mean, just to get it out of Congress, like they've already, I would say they are, 70, 80% of the way home.
They're running a 400 meters and they're down the home stretch.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with you. So that's obviously taken up all of our day. It's been awesome. We've had really good calls. The Caps are in the middle of their first round playoff series against the Montreal Canadiens. They had a big win yesterday to go up 3-1.
Yep.
Let me be clear. We all want them to win Wednesday night, particularly because I think I'd have to go to Montreal Friday
I'll be
night.
there Wednesday night. I would love to see it while I'm in the building.
Are you going with AD or are you just going?
I told him, so we go on the game Tuesday, say, I'm going to the game on Wednesday with a dude named B. Mitch. So they get the extra day. So, yeah, we're going Wednesday.
We haven't talked about this yet. So we had the pleasure of going to AD's wife's birthday over the weekend. And, Ahmed's toast to his speech to his wife was wild.
Yeah.
It was like a roast.
Yeah, but that's what you do on people's birthday.
I don't know.
Well, I think the person that roasts the most people in the house was the baby boy.
Yeah, for sure. It was fun, though.
It was cool.
So
don't show that picture. You're going to die if you do.
B was getting his supplements in. His
antioxidants.
Thank you. I think, but it's just crazy because in this city, the NFL draft dominates for us.
Yeah.
And hell, sadly, for a number of years, the NFL draft was the story we were talking about from Halloween to Easter.
Yeah, because we were preparing for the top picks.
This year was very different, though,
Yeah.
because they were picking 29. They're not in the quarterback abyss anymore. We're not trying to talk ourselves into Shador or Dart or Shook or any of these guys. They took a guy at 29. We talked about that Friday. We all really liked him. I think my favorite pick of this draft, if that's a thing, or at least the player I feel most strongly about, is Trey Amos.
Yeah.
And for me,
Louisiana boy.
Dude, he's a Cajun, Raging Cajun.
New Iberia, Louisiana.
For me, it's simple, though. Adam Peters said on the record that was their last chance to trade back and get any real value. And if you look at the draft charts, right, the more modern one has the 61st pick of the NFL draft assigned to an 86-point value.
Mm-hmm.
Their next pick wasn't until the 4th round, 128. That pick had a value of 20 points.
I like that pick, though.
That's 4 times the value.
I absolutely love that pick, though.
Sure, and we'll get to that.
Yeah.
But Peters, for all those that are concerned, Peters is acutely aware of the situation at edge rusher. He's aware of that. He's aware that he only has 5 draft picks in this whole draft. He knew all of those things, took the phone calls, heard the offers, and said, bleep all that, I'm taking Trey Amos. He clearly loves this dude. When he said he thought he was a first rounder, he wasn't lying. There were a lot of projections that had him as a first rounder.
Yep.
So that
the thing about him is when he goes into a draft, from what I picked up over the last 2 years, he understands what he likes and what can work for their team. And he also knows what I'm willing to give up for him. And if you're not offering something that's going to make me give it up, then I'm not going to trade you for it. I'd rather go with what my scouts and I believe about somebody rather than just letting you come in and all of a sudden take them and give us whatever, because we don't see the other guys reaching up to the same level. Like, you see all the trade. Everybody suggests a trade. But you better, I think when you make a trade, you better damn well make sure that the guy is equal or above the person that you're trying to get rid of instead of going for it. If you keep getting rid of people and bringing somebody in that's better than them, that's worse than them, your team going to drop off. Somebody else's team going to pick up. And Adam is about picking up his team, not trying to help you with yours.
I got to talk to Quan Martin over the weekend. Quan Martin revealed he had surgery in both shoulders this offseason. He was playing with a separated shoulder starting in week 3. Dude had a pick 6 in the divisional game in Detroit.
Boy. Quan was, I like that. You play with you. Now we know you can play with pain, brother. Let's go.
But it was really interesting because I've gone back to this quote a lot, and I think it's really telling. And I said this to Quan. I was like, to your point about Adam, just focus on building his team.
Yeah.
He's not scared. Like Quan Martin, so after they beat Tampa on the road in the wild card game, nobody really gave them a shot to beat Detroit in the divisional round. Detroit was 1 seed coming off a bye week.
Yep.
And I asked Quan Martin a question about the Lions, and this answer has stuck with me for so long, and I think it's really emblematic of what the Commanders are now, right? Is Quan said, yeah, Detroit is good, but we're good too. And I think we have to, much like I'm telling people to view the new stadium options through a different prism and don't just think of what your experiences have been at FedEx Field, because this is going to be a different experience. Like, the way Peters runs his draft doesn't need to be viewed through the Rivera, Gruden, Bruce Allen, Shanahan model. Like, I think Peters is aware of the edge possible deficiencies and the lack of draft picks, but he's also wants to get the best players on his team he can.
Totally.
Just give me the ballers.
That's it. And but the thing what I love about what Quan told you last year and the way I hear these guys when they make comments this year, this team believes in itself way more than teams in the past did. We used to hear coaches saying stuff and the GM saying stuff, but the players basically didn't say a damn thing. These guys are not brash by any circumstance, but what they are saying is, hell, we're good too. We got something special going here. And that's all we worry about building. I told you how I used to hate when Coach Gibbs would tell us how good other teams were. I'm like, what the hell about us? You know what I mean? I'm not one that wants you to brag. You don't need to brag and pump up somebody to get me motivated. Just my coach telling me he believes in me was enough for me. And I think these dudes are starting to think like that.
How about this? I told you my favorite pick, Trey Amos. We can run through the rest of the draft picks. They took Jalen Lane in the 4th round, Kane Medrano in the 6th, and I need a little help with my man's name. What's our new back's name? Ja'Cory
Krosky Merritt.
Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt. JCM, what we're calling him.
Yeah.
Those are your 5 draft picks. They didn't make a single trade. Usually there's like some Saturday afternoon you trade out of the 6 to get 2 7s. They didn't do any of it. What was your favorite pick? I might know which one.
Well, I really like Josh because I had a chance to talk to him. Trey, anytime from my Louisiana, I got pulled for him. But a guy named Jalen Lane that I think is a return man that can do it. Pick him up, put him down. And I heard his coach talking about him to Linnell and Denton. And he talked about how this dude just want to play football and help his team. He'll do anything you ask him to do. And he's very, very into being on special teams. A lot of times you hear about people coming in and they talk so much about him and they don't want to play that. Well, he comes in with a desire to do it, which means that it'll be easy for him to transition. Remember the other guy that came in here had the desire to play special teams, but he ended up being the best receiver on your team?
Yeah.
And Jalen Lane also runs a 4.34. He had a 40-inch vertical. He had an 11-inch broad jump. And I did have a faster 20-yard shuttle time than he did.
Really fast 10-yard split. But
I'm pulling for him.
He seemed really likable when we spoke with him. I think I also like their first 3 picks, none of which was higher than 28. So it's not like these were tremendous value, obvious picks, right? Their first 3, I think you get a starting right tackle for now in Connerly. Don't you?
You said what?
I think Connerly's your starting right tackle.
I believe so.
Like now, DQ will say competition, and that'll exist, but I think there'll be every opportunity for him to win that job. I think he's your starting right tackle. Adam Peters, after the Connerly pick, told us the only thing that's for certain is LT is at LT. Laramie Tunsil will be your left tackle.
Yeah.
I think Connerly comes in as your right tackle. I wonder if at that point you don't transition Coleman to left guard, or at least see if he can develop there long term. Because Cosme's your long term right guard, and then you have the makings of a serious.
But you need a right guard
for now.
For now,
but you got Wiley.
Yeah.
And you got Allegretti. Now you got depth, real options.
Yeah.
What's going to happen along your offensive line? There's 5 positions and 17 regular season games. You're going to have at least 8 dudes start at various positions.
Yeah.
Like, guys are going to miss a couple games. 8 might even be conservative.
And we know guys that can already play a lot of those games.
I mean, dude, last year, so we know what the starting 5 was. And then Dieter started 1. Trent Scott started. I think Big Luke started. That's 8, and I haven't even really thought much. I might have forgotten somebody. So what I like, at 29, I think they got a starter.
Yeah.
At 61, I think they got a starter.
Yeah.
I think Amos projects to be opposite Lattimore on the outside and allows them to put Samerstill back on the inside.
Well, and I was talking with Fred. He said Amos and the kid Siobhan Ravel were very close.
I liked Ravel.
But
too.
Ravel coming off injury. Amos was not coming off injury.
Yep.
So that guy hits the ground running day 1. So, and they both are a little longer than normal cornerback than what we normally have. And they can both run.
Yeah. The way
he and Percy played together 1 year.
Yeah. The way, and Andre Johnson Jr., the way DQ described him, if you go back and listen to the call, he's fired up. and I think Amos is fired up. Big, long, physical. This is
it's what he likes.
Everybody makes these comps to Richard Sherman, and it's probably unfair, but like that's the dream.
Well, as Fred say, he's Richard Sherman with speed.
I'll let him tell Richard that.
Well, I mean, Rich was like 4'6", but think about it, he was 6'3".
Right.
And when he got his hands on you were done. This kid is right around 6'2", and he can run. So long cornerbacks make quarterbacks get off of guys quicker.
Sure.
And if I'm long and can run, you got to put that ball in the perfect spot.
So we're at 61, and I would argue you've got 2 starters.
Yep.
Then you get all the way to 105, and I think you got a starter. I'm sorry, 128 rather.
Yeah.
And not a starter,
but a guy who's going to
fills
contribute.
a position of need. He's your punt returner.
Yeah.
And whatever else he can give you is gravy.
Yeah.
I think going into day 3, the only thing I said was give me speed. Give me speed.
He can stretch the field.
Totally.
Yeah.
Dude, the production they got from De'Ami Brown last year until the playoffs was not all that significant. In the regular season last year, De'Ami had 308 yards and 1 touchdown.
Yeah.
I'm not suggesting Lane can recreate that, but he could give you half of that maybe. And I think he's more of a slot guy. Like I just I think what Lane is, and maybe this will not prove to be the case because it's a person I really, really like. I think the more apt description here is that the safety of Jamison Crowder, the reliability of Jamison Crowder, especially as a punt returner,
Yeah.
and maybe the vertical threat that Diami gave you. Like, I think if it works out, Jalen Lane is both of those things
If
for you.
Jalen Lane could come in here and be like that, you see how much cheaper that is? And youthful?
Yeah. Diami got 10 mil. Jameson's in his 30. Like, that's how you're supposed to build it.
There you go.
And then the late round picks, Madrano's got crazy speed, fastest 40 time of all the linebackers of the combine. He missed some tackles at UCLA. We'll see if that continues to be a problem. I think he can help you on special teams right away, just as on punt coverage. And this team is about that life, about getting all the dirty kicks so that they can drop returners inside the 20. Like, they are all about the little stuff.
Yeah.
And that dude Madrano seems like a dude that can help you there. And then if you can develop him into something long-term, great. I don't know the long-term plans at
What
the
he
off
looks like
linebacker
to
spot.
me is a guy who could possibly be a covered linebacker.
That's what he claims he is.
Yeah, he can run, and what is he like 6'3" or so, 4? You get somebody like that can run with those tight ends. You got something there.
Well, and then the last pick, this kid, JCM, got absolutely screwed by the NCAA. NCAA doing what they can to verify their existence at this point, to validate themselves, as NIL has rendered them useless. And they decided to go after this kid for his eligibility based on his time at an HBCU when he went down, somebody else wore the same jersey. And they couldn't separate those statistics.
That's stupid.
It's like, well, number 28 played in this game, so it's on your transcript. Incredibly stupid, short-sighted, but that's frankly what we've come to expect from the NCAA.
I didn't like the NCAA way back. I still don't like them.
2 seasons ago at New Mexico, JCM went for almost 1,200 yards, 17 touchdowns, 6 yards a pop. He killed it at the Shrine Bowl. He wasn't invited to the Combine, but his numbers from his pro day are really good. I think he competes for a roster spot. And when you're talking about the 7th pick, the 7th rounder, rather, I think competing for a roster spot's the goal.
Yeah, that's it. And like the thing I said, what was it? Saturday night we did Friday night we did our last show, and people have made up their mind of where they're supposed to get drafted, and a lot of them didn't get drafted there. Not over. Some of them didn't get drafted at all. Some of you got drafted high. Guess what? It's not guaranteed you're going to be around forever. So, as I always say, it's easy to get drafted, hard to stay. Who's willing to put the work in? So all those guys got to understand this is when you got to really show what you're about. When you don't have a coach telling you everything, mom and dad ain't going to be trying to wake you up all the time. You got to do everything on your own. Show that you're an adult and you can handle your business.
To that point, 2 things I really liked on Instagram this weekend. Clinton Portis posted, once the whistle blows, no one remembers when you got drafted.
100%.
And Will Compton had one that said, for those who don't get drafted, bleep them all. You'll have to work harder. You won't get extra lives like the draft picks do, nor will you get the attention like they get. But if you are who you think you are, none of that matters. Put your head down and find a way.
Work, baby, work.
That's good advice for life, not just football. Nobody go anywhere. Woo, been a busy day. I don't know if anybody was watching basketball yesterday, the NBA, but they played this. They played like 3 or 4 Tribe songs going to break yesterday. I don't know if there was some coincidence, some reason behind that or what.
Yeah, you asked.
Obviously, a massive day in D.C. Caps are up 3-1 on the Habs. Nats are playing really good baseball. Leadville, let's make sure we get a Nats guest on this week. Maybe tomorrow if we can. Nats are just 2 games below 500. Just took the series against the Mets. A hell of a win on Sunday. That was a ton of fun to watch. I think the draft was fun, and then today's news is just a whirlwind.
Yeah,
it's been awesome.
It is.
Been an awesome couple days.
It's something a lot of people been waiting to hear. Some people may not like it or whatever, but it's here. I think it's gonna go forward too.
I think, here's one thing I do have to tell you about. With the temperature heating up, be sure your AC can keep up. Now's the perfect time to schedule a $99 cooling and heating check with 5-star experts at Crop Metcalf. Just $99 at Crop Metcalf. 5-star tech will check both your home's cooling and heating for one low price. Tons of benefits for Crop Metcalf maintenance check, including increasing the efficiency of your systems, putting those energy bills down. Not to mention, it's recommended. Do what I always do. Call 1-800-GO-CROP or visit CropMetcalf.com. Crop Metcalf is the home of the 5-star technician. All right, let's make some bets before Landville kicks us off.
Holla. Gather around, gather around.
Who's got what?
Who's got what? I think I'm gonna go with this Golden State Warriors tonight, -3.5. And Steph to score
There it is.
over 25.
The patented B. Mitch parlay.
Yeah, that's what I'm going with. Yeah.
All right.
Steph over 25 and Warriors.
B's in. What about you, Landini?
I am taking the Stars.
Come out and play.
Interesting, Landfill.
You said the Dallas Stars?
I was thinking about taking the Panthers. About you, White Brian?
Jabari Smith points, whatever it is.
Over.
Over.
I'm going to take the Florida Panthers at home. Battle of Florida. Thank you to everybody for listening today. Thank you to John Walton for joining us. Thank you to everybody that called in.
Yep.
Thank you to Josh Harris, Mayor Muriel Bowser, and Roger Goodell for the presser. It was enjoyable to listen to.
Yep.
I'm going to choose optimism. I'm going to choose a growth mindset. I look forward to the return of RFK Stadium with NFL football and concerts and everything else that entails. It's going to be awesome, folks. Choose optimism. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. Beer.
It's beginning to feel real. The press conference today between Mayor Bowser and the Commanders, Josh Harris was there, Roger Goodell was there. They broke down some of the questions people had about the new stadium. So the RFK Stadium site proposed terms of the deal. The Commanders will invest $2.7 billion for a roofed year-round stadium that will have any improvements that will need done. That all comes out of their $2.7 billion. This is the largest private investment in D.C. history. But what does the D.C. government have to put in? $500 million for stadium horizontal costs via the sports facility fee. That's something they use to build the Nat Stadium as well. And they are going to avoid cuts to the city's operating budget. What can we expect to see for the stadium? Well, we already said it's going to have a roof. It's going to have 65,000 seats, and it's going to occupy just 11% of that RFK Stadium site. They hope to open in 2030. What else will be on the site? That'll be restaurants, entertainment venues, hotels, housing, green space, and so much more. They're hoping to add 14,000 construction jobs, 2,000 permanent jobs, and $4 billion in tax revenue over the next 30 years. Plus, we have a bit of non-stadium news. The Nationals have a chance to win the series today versus the Mets. Game 4 of the series is today. You can listen live right here on 106.7 The Fan. First pitch, 4:05 p.m. Trevor Williams on the mound for Washington. The Mets came into the series with the best record in baseball. Nationals have a chance to take 3 of 4 from them. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Yeah, Monday. What's up? Welcome in April 28th, 2025. We are Grant and Danny. We've got a lot to do on the show today. The Commanders have a new draft class. We'll discuss the decisions they made. And more importantly, they are making moves to get back home to D.C. at the RFK site. We'll be talking about that throughout the show today. The Capitals got a massive win, 3 third-period goals last night. They're up 3-1 on the Montreal Canadiens. Game 5 slated for Wednesday night at Capital One Arena. And the Nats are in action today, looking to take 3 out of 4 from the Mets. They've been rolling 2 out of 3 over the weekend from the best team in the National League. Scrappy walked off twice with come-from-behind ninth-inning wins.
How about it?
Let's have a day. It's a good time to be a DC sports fan.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that Caps comeback win, a Nationals comeback win, and the foosball gentleman going back to DC. Sorry. I'm sorry about that DC sports weekend. If there's nothing in that for you, they get you going, very little we can offer you. I'll be honest with you. That's kind of when you go to the buffet, like, I hope they have the, and the, all 3 of the thes. They're all there. The best dishes we got, served right to you. Think about the couple of years since the Harris ownership group took over. Just think about it. Little Jaden Daniels, a general manager, going to DC, an NFC championship game. In 1 year, basically, full ownership. They accomplished more than that stupid little twerp did in decades. Amazing.
I can't stop thinking about what Dan's thinking today. And I know that's not the best way to live my life. I should just be reveling in the happiness of the moment.
But it's fun.
And the fact that it's all fixed and better and I've been healed and so many others. I get to continue to work through the traumas that he put us through. But somewhere, probably on a yacht in some ocean, he is livid today. Just absolutely outraged and apoplectic. And yet, as you said, it took basically 1 year of running the show from this ownership group to get it done. Lots to get to on the RFK site and the Commanders returning to D.C. So we will get to that in just a second. But we got to start with the Caps after their big win last night. 3-1 series lead. They're in a golden spot to put Montreal away coming back home. Was not easy, by the way. I don't think there's going to be a tougher place for them to play all postseason. And I don't care how long their run goes, Danny, than Montreal. So loud, so raucous. They're sing-songing your goalie from start to finish. They're trolling your players. They got a pair of third-period goals from Doggy Brandon Duhaime. couple of empty netters. They come back from down 1. Nobody came back in the third period to win more games they trailed after 40 than the Caps all year. And it took a nasty snipe from Andrew Mangiapane.
And then Riemsdyk alertly will play it ahead, and Montreal is going to put Caulfield to the bench. Big line trading and heading off. Here's Mangiapane coming down the middle. He scores! Andrew Mangiapane scores from the high slot, coming into the zone. He just beat Jakub Dobeš with 3:37 to go in the third.
Your Elite Power and Energy Corporation, Elite Power and Energy installs backup generator for you. Fill your propane tank so you don't lose power when the storm hits. 24/7 service, complete and power solutions, elitepowerandenergycorp.com. Your elite player of the game's got to be Mangiapane. I'm happy for him.
Me too.
He had a bunch of chances earlier in the series, never lit the lamp. He was one of the most maligned players in the regular season because he makes a lot of money, $5.5 million. He was probably the only offseason addition that didn't have a bang-up year. But he just scored the biggest goal of the campaign, and it's not even close.
So I hope they have good maintenance people in Montreal. I'm worried about that net on that goal. It hit the net so hard because it beat Dobeš so cleanly. Like it bounced out. Like are they going to be able to fix it? Like if they ever have any more games there, maybe they will, maybe they won't. Maybe we won't have to go back to Montreal. I don't know. But that shot rocketed past that poor goaltender, who I also feel a little bit bad for. And then all those disappointed fans having to leave the arena with all the sadness and a bitter taste in their mouth, now being down 3-1. Oh, what a bummer. That shot shut everybody right the hell up. Those are my favorite things. The road silence. Chris Webber used to bathe in it, would tell everybody, I've accomplished something at your expense. This pointer finger on my right hand to my lips. Shh. So delightful. Evgeny Kuznetsov scoring in Pittsburgh. The shuffle of the Yuns and Yins all up the stairs to go home. That snipe quieting everybody was incredible.
Yeah, it's a great sound.
Incredible.
You can hear the screams and the high-pitched squeals and the excitement and the clanking sticks and guys jumping over the bench and whatever else because it's so quiet in a building that was so loud all night. But I thought the Stars were stars. They got to be in the playoffs. OV team high 5 shots. Tom Wilson dragged the boys into the fight, completely changed the game with his monster hit in the neutral zone. That was seconds before the game-tying goal from Duhaime that made it 2-2. Shortly thereafter, Mangiapane with about 4 minutes left. By the way, the 5th latest in a third period of a game-winning goal ever scored by a Capital in a playoff game. And the good guys take the lead. I thought Montreal pulled their goalie a little early. I know they had an offensive zone draw, but close to 3 minutes left. They were aggressive. They pulled the goalie. The Caps said thank you and immediately scored a couple of empty netters.
Great defensive sequence to do that, yeah.
5-2, man. It was not that kind of game.
No.
I mean, it was a fearful, nervous, anxiety-ridden game, but ends up being a 3-goal win. And most importantly, symbolically, I'd say for the series, they're up 3-1. It doesn't really feel like they've dominated the series.
No.
But if you look at chances and high danger, around the net, shots, I mean, they have absolutely been the better team, unequivocally. Game 1, 15-4 lead in high danger shots on goal. Game 2, 8-4. Game 4, 8-3. They got outplayed and beat handily in game 3 and outchanced high danger 7-2. But in 3 out of 4 games, they have decidedly been the better team.
So early in the third period, I wasn't feeling great, not only about the game, but about the series, where I'm going, I've seen this, I've read this a million times. You can just change the date. Caps out hit, outshot, outpossessed, out blah, 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 and still are tied 2-2 or end up losing the series, etc.
Yeah, if it's 2-2 coming back and you've lost 2 in a row and you're a 1 against an 8, you got no momentum. It's now a best of 3 series. That would have been awful.
That Duhaime goal to tie it just under 7 minutes into the third period, all of a sudden, brand new life. And then, of course, you mentioned the Wilson decleating. Good heavens. Good heavens, was that a game changer. And now you're up 3-1. Driver's seat.
So the Capitals, we will set them to the side for a moment. We'll get back to them. The playoff winners last night, the A topic for the evening. But their shine was stolen just a little bit this morning, huh? This is years in the making. How many hours would you guess, as a radio show and as a radio station, we have done on a future stadium for the Washington Commanders and the mere possibility, when it seemed impossible, when it seemed unlikely, when it seemed improbable, that maybe, just maybe, one day they could come back to D.C. And it may well happen. A lot of work still has to be done.
Mm-hmm.
The city council still has to approve this. Only 4 city council members were on site. They need 7 votes. Phil Mendelson, who is in charge of the city council, kind of runs the show, right? He's coming on the show at 3:00. He's long been opposed to a stadium in D.C., and he put out a statement already today. Doesn't sound like his opinion has changed, so we'll ask him about it. But Josh Harris, sitting next to the mayor of Washington, D.C., Muriel Bowser, sitting next to the commissioner of the National Football League, Roger Goodell, talking about a project that is going to change D.C. forever. And could Danny do more to reinvigorate this fan base than an NFC Championship game run or a Super Bowl ever could? The possibility of people who went to RFK Stadium with their dad and with their grandparents getting to take their kids. This could be the unifier. This could be the
spark.
Shot in the arm that we need as a fan base, because this thing has subsided substantially.
Yeah, there's no way around that. The bridge to the older, my age and up, right, who remembers going to RFK. I only got to go to a handful of games, by the way. It wasn't like you could go every week. It was when the Tremonti family couldn't use their tickets, and my dad and I only got to go a couple times. So it's building the bridge to the older fans that a lot of them have been driven away by this expansion feel, where it's a name we don't recognize, uniforms we don't recognize, branding we don't recognize. It just feels like a new thing, and a lot of folks don't care the same way. So you build that bridge back. It's the biggest welcomer back possible. I know winning helped an awful lot, but just in terms of the off-field things, it's the best olive branch, open arm embrace that this organization could offer.
Let's face it, too. Winning is fleeting. You could win or you could lose at any given moment. There'll be great years and bad years, and guys are healthy or they're hurt, and Daniels is going to play at an elite level or could struggle or go through a rut. A stadium's there for 30-plus years.
Yes, the doink against Tampa Bay is 1.5 inches to the right, and they lose in overtime, and we're not talking about it the same way. You know, I'm just saying, I'm not spitting in the face of it, simply saying, you're right, it's fleeting. Then the second bridge is to the new fans. The second bridge is to the younger group that has no memory of RFK, that's only heard people like me talk about the stadium bouncing and has only heard about some of the incredible moments where everybody in this area from a totally different backgrounds, communities, et cetera, are out there by the hundreds of thousands for the Super Bowl parades and the home field advantage and the We Want Dallas. These are just legends. Well, you bring the new folks in by a state-of-the-art, kick-ass, unbelievable facility. So that could have been anywhere, quite frankly, for the younger generation. But the fact that it's the same place that all the old heads wanted, and all the young folks, you guys and under GP, are getting the crown jewel that some of the renderings and some of the possibilities here needs to be thoughtfully done. That's obvious. But you've got an ownership group that all they've demonstrated so far is we'll do what needs to be done.
Well, everything they've touched has turned, maybe it's not gold yet. You haven't won the Super Bowl or whatever. You can't do that overnight, but it's close to it.
They've hit in bolts,
silver.
man.
I mean, they have done nothing but perform in every capacity. They told you they wanted to turn the product on the field around. They did so in lightning speed in a way that shouldn't have been possible, frankly, starting with hitting a home run with who they hired as a general manager, rebuilding, and for the first time in years, building a legitimate front office. That includes R&D and analytics. That includes the scouting department. Their number 3 and 4 in command right now in that front office is better than any number 1 that they've had in a non-coaching VP football capacity in a couple of decades. They just haven't tried this route. So they did that. And the football team, with picking correctly at the top of the board, got good pretty quickly. They are investing in their players. They have become a popular place to work. They've gone from being 32nd in the NFLPA polling in terms of quality of organization as a workplace to 11th overnight as an ownership group. And the next thing they're turning their attention to, as they've tried to put lipstick on a pig and improve the environment over in Landover, is a new stadium. And today, with Bowser, Harris, and Goodell meeting with reporters at the National Press Club, they said it's time to come back to D.C.
So I want to start by saying, welcome home. Let's give our Commanders a big Washington, D.C. welcome. We are so happy to talk this morning about bringing our team home to the sports capital, back to RFK, where they belong.
There's going to be a million different angles for us to discuss today, tomorrow, in the days and weeks ahead, right? I think my first takeaway is not unlike when Mark Seagraves of NBC4 broke the big story a few weeks ago that there was the framework of a deal coming together. The amount of money this ownership group is forking over privately is unprecedented.
Yep.
There has never been this large of a private commitment to Washington, D.C. And if you compare it to other NFL stadiums and projects, Tennessee's building a stadium set to open in a couple of years, 60% public money. Jacksonville's what they've done to fix things, 50% public money. Buffalo's new stadium's about half public money. The Saints, 67% public money. The best stadium in the league, Allegiant, out in Vegas, 37% public money, which wasn't viewed as a ton. It was viewed as a good deal. This is 24% of the money is going to be public. And the vast majority of that, by the way, goes to the project around the stadium, not the stadium itself. But you're talking about a 75% commitment in private money, $2.7 billion from Josh Harris and his ownership group.
Today, I am absolutely thrilled to announce that the Commanders are ready to make and our partners are committed to make the single largest private investment in DC history.
So, Danny, there's going to be plenty of people that will still take issue, and that's fine.
Sure.
You're allowed to. Their stance is, to break it down, probably 1 cent to a billionaire for their stadium is too many. But living in the reality of what sports landscape is currently, and in D.C., where if you look at Nationals Park in 2008, 96% public money. If you look at Capital One Arena, when it was built in 1997, even way back then, you hear so much about how it was built privately. 33% of that project was public money, more than this. 93% of Care First Arena in 2018, I think that's over at St. Elizabeth's, was public money. Capital One Arena, the transformation right now for the Caps and the Wiz, 64% public, 36% private. I am stunned at the ratio here and impressed by that. And I think ultimately that's what's going to get it across the finish line.
I think so too. So here's the thing I will say. You'll see that $2.7 billion number is the headline. And it kind of is that. And what I mean is some of it is going to be, well, we'll pay you later once we earn some revenue from it. Or we'll pay you a different tax, or this bond will get converted, et cetera. Here's the point. If you chip away some of that, it's still an enormous chunk of change coming from the ownership group. You follow me? It's still way out of, and I'm not saying this negatively, it's still way out of whack, way out of line with the trend. It's usually 50-50 or worse, where the city's got to pony up more or the municipality's got to pony up more.
I would say the average is way more public than private.
Absolutely.
Still.
And you look at some of these other folks who are trying to build arenas or renovate or do other things, and they can't get public money, and they're going to go do what Jack Kent Cooke did. You look at some of the other folks that are agitating for new arenas, for new stadiums, they're going to go out to the deep burbs and hope that works out for them because they can get cheaper land. The fact that this ownership group is willing to do it, let's say you're the ultimate cynic and you go, it ain't $2.7 billion. My point is, at worst, it's what, 2.2? They are ponying up here. And given the fact that it's not just flat land, it's not just ground that they're going to be building on. The stadium is currently still there.
Yes.
The amount of money that it would take to knock it down, to move all the crap, to build all the things that they're talking about without a stadium, to put your park, your skate park, your whatever you want to do there for local residents, this is pretty much what it would cost. So, sorry. You know what I mean? Like, to me, this is one of those, even if you hate this, it's not going to the billionaire per se. The infrastructure would be spent no matter what.
You could tell me you don't like the deal. You can't tell me it's not a good deal.
As far as other deals go. Yeah, you're right.
You cannot tell me by the standard of what deals look like that this is not a good deal. You could tell me one penny's too much if that's your philosophy. By the way, some particulars on the stadium. We've said for years it would have a roof. It will. I don't think it's going to be a retractable roof. That costs almost $1 billion more. It means more money for the public, for more private money. I don't think it's going to happen. I think the best case scenario is it's a roof that doesn't feel like a roof because the sun can come in and you can feel like you're outside during the day. 65,000 seats, perfect for hosting major events. 8,000 parking spots. That's only 28% of the current stadium. That is going to be a sticking point for a lot of people. There will be way, way, way less tailgating opportunity. But the answer to that at least from the site, is going to be upwards of 90 restaurant and bars that are walkable. There are currently 0 within a mile. The only stadiums in America for the NFL where that exists are here with the Commanders and the Miami Dolphins. Roger Goodell told reporters today, by the way, I really do think this community could be a great host for a Super Bowl. I think the stadium has been the missing piece. So get ready. I mean, do you want to go to the Super Bowl? Do you want to have an NFL draft in D.C.? They could be coming. The Final Four, WrestleMania, Taylor Swift, Beyonce. What do you want to do? It's all on the table for you. Josh Harris says they want to host the biggest events when this thing's built.
That was the Washington that I remembered. When on Sundays, everything stopped. Everyone was glued to their TV or in the stadium. And we've already seen a reawakening of that spirit, but we want to bring it back. Now we want to bring the Commanders home with a new RFK that our fans will love, our opponents will fear. It'll be loud. We want to make it about football, but also about the city and the community. And we want to host the biggest and best events in the world.
How do you guys feel about the announcement today? And do you have nerves about this getting done? Because I got to be honest, we played a press conference on these airwaves. We played a bunch of cuts. We had a big party about the Wizards and the Capitals getting a new stadium in Virginia. Now, Louise Lucas can't shut this one down and post a bunch of memes.
But she could still meme, but I don't think they can stop anything.
She could post all the memes she wants. She just has no say in this
There
one.
we go.
But the D.C. City Council does, and Phil Mendelson, among council members, has been anti this project. He's going to be on with us coming up in about 40 minutes. We'll take his temperature. But we want to get your reaction to the news today. What do you love about the project? Do you have any concerns as a fan? And where does this rank for you among some of the really exciting days in your DC sports fandom? Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Big news today for the final game of the series. Looking for the series win today. 4:05 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Trevor Williams taking on Griffin Canning. Over the weekend, the Capitals in action. Last night, they beat the Canadiens 5-2 to take a 3-1 series lead. They'll look to close out the series at Capital One Arena on Wednesday for Game 5. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
We've seen throughout the country new stadiums transform communities. Since 2001, more than $32 billion has been invested in stadiums, and there are at least 8 more projects underway, an estimated cost of $20 billion. This will be critical in revitalizing an area that has been dormant and undeveloped for nearly 30 years when the team first left.
That was Commissioner Roger Goodell, the $2.7 billion private investment, according to the packet that the mayor and the team were involved in putting together that was handed out. Project's going to generate $15.6 billion in direct spending. They're suggesting 200 event days, 40 major events. Now, I'll take the under on the 200 days because we've tried to do the math before and it's complicated. But we also only really count up major things. If they're saying events, period, something that just the community is using the stadium for some reason, maybe they could get to 200. But 40 major events, that includes NFL games, soccer games, concerts. You can now get your Taylor Swift, your Beyonce to come through. I think Beyonce has gone to Landover anyway, but it was a non-starter for Swift with the stadium. You're looking at World Cup games. DC got left on the afterburner. The Super Bowl with a roof is absolutely in play. The commissioner said this stadium was a missing piece. So you can dream a little bit. And by the way, if you were to have a Super Bowl, which the speculation on that is it can generate $1 billion in revenue for a city, and the Final Four, you're making a pretty good sizable portion of what you're spending back just on a couple of those events. Now, I know it's not dollar for dollar. We can go through how it all works. But there's going to be some number finagling. That's what happens. They're suggesting
it's inevitable.
The stadium creates 16,000 jobs. And you go, really? 16,000? Well, 14,000 is construction to build it and 2,000 are permanent. My point is just this will be more helpful to Ward 7 than anything they do there in terms of getting people like you and me from Virginia and people in Maryland to make the trip into the city. This is one of the great days in organizational history. Understand that. One of the great days in organizational history. If they can land this plane and this ownership group, which it's one home run after another, Danny, can park one more baseball in the seats, this could be what helps bring this thing back to life. Jaden Daniels was taking out his defibrillators and going, clear. and like there was a second there where it seemed like we started to breathe again. This is like the drug that they shoot into the person who's been out on the street for a month and is all of a sudden running around. This stadium could be exactly what we need, man.
Yeah, precisely. I mean, again, short of, somehow reversing all of the recent history and consternation and arguing over the name, and I'm not suggesting it's coming back. It's not. They've been very clear about that, and I'm not even arguing a position as to whether it's right or wrong. Simply saying to reignite a huge part of this fan base that has been lost, quite frankly, because this is not the team they grew up rooting for. It looks like an expansion team to them. Different uniforms, different name, different everything. I get they're being alienated. I'm not arguing about anything being right or wrong, just simply saying that's a fact, right? Short of that, this is the best offer. This is the best way to maybe potentially bring some folks back to an updated version of the joy that they experienced at RFK. Because, right, you can't do the same thing. That doesn't exist. It's not up to code. you can't have a building move and shake anymore. There's a lot of things that have to be different, but it's got to be thoughtfully done. There's a million obstacles. There's a lot of money and some really good planning that has to happen in and around it. But this is the single one thing that transcends whether the team is good or bad that year. Like, God forbid, if Jaden Daniels has a high ankle sprain, has to miss 8 weeks this coming year, they could be just okay or not that good. This is timeless. This is now let's set up 25, 35, 40 years potentially of generations of fans coming through our doors.
So I have my own questions, like a lot of people do, about the project.
Mm-hmm.
It's not about the specifics of the money. Again, I think the commitment privately far exceeds what I anticipated and is unbelievable compared to current league standards and sports standards. I would also say the number one complaint I've gotten since today's announcement and all the renderings, and this just shows the things fans care about, is that it's going to have a roof. And I don't know where these people have been. I've been saying for 3 years, like everyone else has, I think that's semi-plugged in on this thing. Of course it's going to have a roof. You've been to hot games and cold games and rain games and snow games. It's a romantic, cool aesthetic, and it's something that feels fun. We change the weather in Madden so that you're playing in the snow. You're competing with me staying at home in my recliner, eating and drinking my own stuff in my basement. Room temperature's the play here.
Yeah.
Also, no roof, no stadium. What's the line from my guy Jack in The Departed? No tiki, no laundry. No roof, no Super Bowl. Okay? Period. If there's not a roof on this thing, you can't hold some of these events. They're not having the Final Four in an outdoor stadium. They're not having the Super Bowl in an outdoor stadium. They did it once at MetLife. I don't know if it's happening again. So to me, that's a non-starter. It's easy. Everybody wants a retractable roof. I'm with you. It costs almost $1 billion more. Are you willing to pay more for it? And the answer is probably no. Also, when we talk about this, Danny, how often do the retractable roofs actually get opened for these big games?
Way fewer times than you think.
Yeah. The Astros have a retractable roof. We were there in October when it was beautiful out for the playoffs. You know what they did? They kept their roof closed
because they wanted the noise. Yeah, it was literally 71 degrees outside with a beautiful, calming breeze, just in case it was a tiny bit humid for all the games down there. And they kept that bad boy closed because they wanted the ambiance and the noise, everything to be deafening.
Everybody wants to belittle this, and that's fine. But I am a member of a tailgate group. My wife's a season ticket holder. They've tailgated forever. It's a huge part of their experience. And it, frankly, for many years, kept them going to the games when the stadium was awful and the team was awful. I think tailgating and football are peanut butter and jelly. They are Jordan and Pippen. Basically, they've got what is I did some math, 8,000 parking spots they're suggesting, assuming that's true. About 28,000 is what they have at the current stadium. You're talking about a quarter-ish, rough estimate, whatever the numbers come out to. I don't know if there's going to be a good tailgating situation. I think it's going to be really hard to tailgate at this stadium. That's a blow for me. That's a blow for a lot of people. But it's a trade-off. Would I rather take my son, my wife's pregnant with another son, both my kids, one in each arm, walking up from the metro to this stadium in D.C. that's the Taj Mahal and the state-of-the-art, most talked about stadium in the National Football League, and maybe not get to tailgate, but we've got to duck into a restaurant, and they're saying there could be 90 bars and restaurants in the vicinity here? Yeah, I guess I could probably figure that out. I think there are going to be a lot of people bothered by the tailgating thing. And then I have more questions on the metro because I didn't see much about building another metro. Do they need to? Is the one that they have good enough? So there's some answers we still need. But by and large today, this is not Caps whiz to Virginia in a place where they've never had a stadium and there's obstinance toward it. I don't know how you feel, but to me, this is very, very different. This is a team going home to the place where a lot of people say it should have always been.
Yeah, so the area is different now. I don't just mean right around the stadium, but this area, the population has exploded, and there's more close by. I mean, look at some of the neighboring, whatever you want to call them, boroughs, cities, etc. When I was growing up, Reston was not a thing. Now Reston looks like downtown fill in the blank. I mean, stuff happens. There's more people. There's more housing. There's more things. So it's a long way of saying doing it just like we did at RFK in the 80s will not work this time. My question is, and I know thoughtful people are thinking about this. These are smart folks. I'm not talking about from the city side. I'm talking about from Harrison Company, from their side. And I'm sure, everybody's going to work together and collaborate here. That infrastructure, you touched on some of it, everything having to do with Metro. How can you use the river? Again, I keep saying, I think there's going to be water taxi type stuff where you can get on in Alexandria, you can get on in Navy Yard, you can get on at points by the wharf. Maybe that's something to encourage people to ease flow. Maybe you can have barges out there for people to eat and drink on as like a cool sunset thing on the water. Use those sorts of facilities to your advantage. Whatever you do, you've got to find a way to get folks there easily. The biggest complaint, or one of the top 5 about Nubs Field, is getting in and out sucks. It's awful.
Yeah.
And it didn't get better over decades, despite some cursory efforts here and there on new initiatives. That you can't have that. You can't have that same spider web where 295 is already a mess without game day traffic, without problems. And if you want people to go there, not on game days, because that's the key for survival for any new stadium or development is it's Tuesday in June. Can I go over there to get some lunch? And that's the whole way this thing survives. You need to make it easier for people to get there. So that infrastructure, that encompasses all things, has to be incredibly thoughtful and well done.
I guess my first takeaway before we even dive into all of the stadium elements should be this ownership group makes moves.
Yep.
They get S done. And they have since the moment they showed up. It took them a couple of years, not even in full control. I mean, remember, they took over right before training camp 2 years ago. So really, we're talking about a year and a half to do what Dan and all of his geese couldn't have done and would still never have accomplished. But they had years and years and couldn't get the ball this far down the field. Now you're in the red zone on the goal line here. You need the city council to help you out. Phil Mendelson, who's been in opposition, is going to be joining us at 3. I've got many questions. I'm sure you do as well for him. So that's coming up in about 20 minutes. But we want to hear from you guys next. What are you feeling today? 800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny.
It's about creating jobs for DC residents and revenue that will support what all of our city needs, city services that have made us a growing city. We're going to be talking a lot about this project in the coming weeks and months, and it will be clear that this is a good deal for DC. It's a fantastic deal, a win-win-win for the city, the team, and the fans.
All 4 of our major sports teams playing in the nation's capital once more. You kidding me? Nats at Nats Park, the Caps and the Wiz staying at Capital One Arena, where they have already begun to refurbish with over $500 million worth of money being dumped into their venue. And now the Commanders coming back to the RFK site if they can get the votes needed from the city council. Our Grant and Danny poll of the day is presented by Metropolitan. Moving and storage, local, long distance, residential or commercial, 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. The question we're asking you today on the 1067 The Fan Twitter account, huge weekend in DC sports. What are you most fired up about? I don't think anyone should be surprised that right now, leading the way, the RFK Stadium deal, half of the votes. The Capitals getting 38% of the votes after last night. They went up 3-1 over the Habs. The Commanders draft class and the Nats come from behind wins over the Mets as they've got a chance to take a series over a rival today at Nationals Park, pulling up the rear. But this RFK Stadium deal that is closer than it's been at any point in my lifetime, Danny, number one for good reason.
Man, this is because, again, each individual run, an individual team, I'm happy for this Caps club. I like it, right? The Nats playing one of 162 or a couple of 162. This transcends a week, a month, a season, years. This is a lifetime. So if and when my kids go to a football game, that's where we'll be going. Like, that's exciting.
Steve's in Fairfax on Grant and Danny. What's up, Steve?
Hey, boys. I mean, I think it's just an awesome thing. I mean, you're having the owners put in close to $3 billion, which is unprecedented. I'm just a little fearful of the DC Council, just not doing this. I mean, maybe eventually common sense will play, but I just am tired of hearing about, housing and stuff like that. I mean, I think every politician hangs their head on that. Affordable housing.
And nothing's affordable, by the way. That's always what you hear, but nothing's affordable.
Exactly. We live in D.C. Nothing in this area is affordable. It's just how it is. It is what it is. And I more or less think it's even greater because the dudes are going to put in, a world-class, event area for track and field. They're going to reinvest into that whole area. Yes, they're going to have a stadium that takes up 10%, but they're going to also develop it into other things for the community. It's just common sense. Just tells you that this is just a win for DC. I'm not a DC resident. I don't pretend to be a DC resident, but again, common sense tells you. Grant, I think you just mentioned it. If they just have a Super Bowl event there or the draft, the thing is paid off for. Probably.
Well, here's your estimate, okay?
Thank
and I appreciate the call, Steve. The estimate has been done on this, okay? The math is it's just adding a couple things up, right? If you were to host a Super Bowl and a NFL draft, those two events alone, it would be estimated to be worth about $1.25 billion. Throw in a Final Four or a WrestleMania, which both of those I would say would be likely because you're in the nation's capital. What's the number at now? So I don't do the money part of it. You can make that back. If you say you've got better plans or a better way to impact DC, I want to hear how. What are those plans? How are you going to help benefit more lives? Tell me. And we'll be able to ask the councilman that, Mendelson, when he comes on at the top of the hour. But you heard the mayor mention this $89 million facility for youth sports, basically, where she's saying our cheerleaders have nowhere to perform and do their events right now. That's part of this. They have thought of everything, I will say. Now, can you deliver on all the promises? Maybe that's a different question.
Yeah, again, this takes such thoughtful planning because, and the only people I do have some, I would say, sympathy for, are the folks that bought in this neighborhood without this really being on the horizon. So, in other words, like if you bought a townhouse right around the corner from there, right by Eastern High School, close to DC Armory, et cetera, you bought with this sort of thing in mind, and you're hoping, hey, maybe they'll turn this into some more parkland or whatever. Now, because there's not that much tailgating, you might be subject to things you kind of didn't sign up for. I have some sympathy there. Like if you moved into the neighborhood where you are and they build some kind of, I don't know, I'm just making this up, a giant data center 100 yards from your front door, you're like, well, I didn't really sign up for the electromagnetic fields or whatever the downside might be. So that's the only group I go, I'm hoping there are concessions made for those folks. And it sounds like there potentially will be.
Fair. I would also say this has always been a legitimate possibility and was always the favorite in terms of a betting board as to where a stadium was going to get built. So it's not like you're going, whoa, they're building a stadium where? You mean over
the
by
stadium
the
is?
old stadium that's just awful to look at and depressing every time I see it? They're going to put a new beautiful stadium there? I mean, it's not like it's some place that's never had a stadium before. The most important voice in opposition of this for an extended period of time has been Phil Mendelson, who is the chair of the DC City Council. We have not heard from him yet today. He did put out a statement, but we want to hear his voice and see what he says. So he's coming on with us next, right here on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. Big news today for the Commanders as Mayor Bowser and Josh Harris announced the deal to bring the team back to the RFK site. Still needs to be approved by the D.C. Council, but the Commanders are going to invest at least $2.7 billion. The D.C. going to invest $500 million. Commissioner Roger Goodell was at the meeting as well. The stadium is going to seat approximately 65,000 fans and have a roof, and expected to open in fall of 2030. In basketball last night, 4 games. The Knicks beat the Pistons 94-93. The Knicks now lead that series 3-1. The Timberwolves beat the Lakers 116-113. Minnesota leads 3-1. The Lakers played their same 5 players the entire second half. The Celtics beat the Magic 107-98. Boston leads 3-1 in that series. And the Pacers beat the Bucks 129-103. Indiana leads 3-1 in that series. Damian Lillard left early in that game. He has a torn left Achilles. In baseball, the Nationals taking on the Mets for the 4th and final game of the series today. 4:05 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Trevor Williams takes on Griffin Canning. The Nationals looking to win this series with a win today. In hockey, the Capitals beat the Canadiens last night 5-2. They take a 3-1 series lead coming back to Capital One Arena for Game 5 on Wednesday. TheWindowman.com is the educational window company. They educate, you decide. Superior fiberglass windows from TheWindowman.com. Now is the time to replace those drafty, cheap vinyl windows. Visit TheWindowman.com for your free consultation. $200 savings per Infinity replacement window only. Minimums and installation apply. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
And this is a big deal. I've been working on this for the 10 years that I've been mayor. And now we have the right partner at the right time. And Josh is someone who cares more than just about this franchise. He cares about doing the right thing. And he likes to win. You've heard me say that before. He knows how to put together a winning team. And throughout this process, it's been a cooperative one. We were joined in our goals to advance a deal that we could be proud of, a development that would serve the city for generations to come, and support the best professional sports franchise in the world.
The mayor of Washington, D.C., Muriel Bowser, today at the announcement that a deal is in place. The Commanders in the city want to move forward, bringing Washington back to D.C. The Commanders playing their home games at RFK 2.0. The only thing standing between Josh Harris's ownership group, a lot of Commanders fans getting a dream to come true, is the D.C. City Council now having to vote and approve this. The chairman of the D.C. City Council, Phil Mendelson, scheduled to join us in just a moment. He's calling in now, so we'll get him on the line. But there is still a lot of work to do.
Absolutely. And it's not a done deal by any stretch of the imagination, because the council needs convincing, or I don't know how many votes. I haven't done a polling or haven't seen any kind of data like that done, but there is a legislative process that happens here, but there is a lot of momentum for it.
What is the process ahead, and how will it play out? Let's get some answers right now from the chairman of the D.C. City Council, Phil Mendelson, on Grant and Danny. Council member, thank you for the time. We appreciate you. How are you today?
I'm fine. How are you today?
Great, thank you.
Very well. So, as you know, here, a lot of us very excited on the sports side of the possibility of the Commanders coming back to the nation's capital, but you guys still have plenty to say about that. So let's just get your reaction to the news of the day and the possibility of this brand new stadium at the RFK site.
I would say I'm excited as well with regard to the possibility of getting the Commanders back and getting a new stadium. Do have some reservation about the cost and how much taxpayers are going to be asked to spend.
Mr. Chairman, what needs to happen for you to not be concerned? Like, where's the threshold?
We have yet to see the mayor's budget, so we have yet to see what the impact is on spending. It's really kind of hard to know the situation. My sense is that the mayor's deal with the Commanders is going to cost over $1 billion. But we're just now starting to get some information on that. This may be shocking to your listeners, but The mayor has not chosen to share anything until now with the council, even though the council has to approve. And I certainly hope we don't see the same kind of situation that we saw last year in Virginia. So I estimate that it's at least, close to $1 billion. That's $500 million for horizontal construction, plus another $181 million that's going through a affiliate of the government for parking, plus another $175 million, which is pledged from future taxes for to be reinvested in something like the year 2032. That's $856 million right there, plus the cost of borrowing, plus there are going to be improvements that are necessary for the metro station, plus there are improvements to federal parkland per deal the mayor made with the Senate last year. So it's going to be at least $1 billion. And we have not seen all the details.
Council member, is your position that like 1 cent is too much? And I ask this because if you compare this deal in terms of private versus public money to the other stadiums that have been built in the league recently, or to what's even been done in the city, by all accounts, this is a pretty good deal.
Well, that's the mayor's spin because she does it in terms of percentage of cost. But if you look at the actual dollars, this is one of the more expensive public subsidies. At $1 billion, it's one of the more expensive public subsidies.
But wouldn't you also generate more revenue based on this venue than some? If you had a Super Bowl and if you had the NFL draft, let's say, in the city, the commissioner today said that both are possibilities. This could have been a missing ingredient, so to speak. The estimates are that could generate over $1 billion just with those two events.
Well, let's be clear. The Super Bowl, we will get the Super Bowl with the Commanders next year, and there won't even be a new stadium at that point.
That would be nice.
But seriously, Super Bowl is once in a generation, if that frequently for a city. The number of events is 10 football games plus, if there is something in the playoffs and, maybe I think the mayor's estimate was something like 10 other events. I don't know how many of those events
they said
are
40 major events and 200 dates.
Aspirational was 200 dates. I did see that. It said aspirational at 200 dates. I think those might be weddings and bar mitzvahs. I thought it was more like 10 other events like concerts. Just as a comparison, the Nationals is 80 games plus other events. The arena downtown is something like 225 events a year. Very, very different. And of the money that I just itemized, close to $200 million is going to come from future taxes. So we're, in a sense, cannibalizing some of the revenue from the site to pay for the site. I don't know that that's horrible, but just don't make the argument that it's going to bring in all this tax revenue when actually it's just going to, that money's just going to get reinvested in building the stadium.
DC Council Chair Phil Mendelsson kind enough to join us here on Grant and Danny. So, Mr. Chairman, let's say there is no stadium, and you were going to build over there, as has happened at the Wharf, around Nationals Park, although obviously that's around a stadium, so it may not be apples to apples. But I've been in and around the city long enough. When new development happens, money gets spent. What would it cost you if there's no stadium there at all? And how dissimilar is that to the figures that you're quoting now?
Well, I don't know that is not where I want to go. But if we were to go there, I think that there still would be an upside to the city because there would be all this new development, housing, commercial, retail. It's acres and acres of land that can be developed in a way like the Wharf. So there would be economic potential. But, everybody's interest here is in getting a stadium. And that's where all the excitement is. I completely get it and I share it. It's just a question of how much does the public sector put in to subsidize this? And $1 billion is a stiff amount. I don't think there's support in the council for that. And as I've sort of said here, the mayor is definitely downplaying it because I think she realizes that $1 billion is an awful lot to ask, especially when she's proposing a lot of budget cuts.
DC City Council Chairman Phil Mendelsson is with us. here on Grant and Danny. So you said that that's not where you want to go. I take that as you saying that's not your plan for that area. What does that look like for you in your perfect world? What are better alternatives to generate growth, jobs, and tax revenues in that location?
Well, I think what I would like to see is that to the extent that there's money that's coming not from the developer, that it is being generated by the site itself. And that's not exactly what this proposal is. In fact, it's not this proposal at all. This proposal is, as I said, $500 million for horizontal construction plus $181 million from Events DC, which is our convention center authority, which gets hotel tax revenue for parking, and then another $175 million in a few years for additional parking. Plus the cost of borrowing. All of that is taxpayer dollars, and all of that is outside of the site itself.
Understood, but I guess my question is, and forgive me, I'm probably just not smart enough.
Right in my element here, sir. We're good at talking linebackers and running backs.
I'm a football guy, right? I'm a sports guy. What would your vision be then there that is better than this stadium for DC?
You mean as an alternative for land use?
Yeah, well, yeah. If you don't want to spend the $1 billion on a stadium, Danny and I's point is you're going to spend $1 billion to do something else there anyway. Does it generate the same growth, jobs, and tax revenues? I'm from Virginia, but I work in DC. I go to Nats games every night. I'm at every Caps game. I go to Wizards games. I'm not coming there for a lot of the things you're going to be building. There's a benefit to a stadium, obviously.
Yes. I don't think it's an all or nothing. The mayor negotiated this deal without collaborating with the council, without sharing any information whatsoever. I don't think it's an all or nothing. I don't think it's, well, we accept this deal that the mayor put forward, or there's no stadium at all. I don't think that's even close to the possibility. And, you know, I mean, I've seen these projects over the years. Do you remember the Capital One Arena back in the 90s that the city was going to put in, I think it was over $100 million. And then Robert Johnson came in and said he would pay for the whole thing. And suddenly Abe Poland said he would pay for it. And then the city subsidy went down maybe to zero. And that was after, oh my God, we have to accept what the initial offer was, which was going to cost, I'm going to say hundreds of millions in taxpayer dollars. I don't remember the exact number. So this is not a take it or leave it. This is not an all or nothing. I met with the commanders for the first time last week. It was not to negotiate. It was like an introductory meeting. They were actually shocked when I said to them that the mayor had not shared anything with the council. And
why do you think that is, by the way?
I can't speak for the mayor.
Okay.
And I'm meeting with them again, and I made it clear to them that I want to be accessible and that I expect that we'll have lots of discussion about this.
DC City Council Chair Phil Mendelson, kind enough to join us here on Grant and Danny. So I guess what would you need then, sir, to be satisfied? In other words, like what tweaks, what changes, what figures would need where you go, okay, now this makes more sense. I understand you've got that $1 billion number, and that's a lot of money. What needs to change for you to say, you know what, that's a deal I can sign on to?
It's hard for me to give you, you're looking for a specific answer. And it's hard for me to give that to you when I know so little about this project. I only know pretty much the PowerPoint that was circulated this morning.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not enough to be able to give you a better answer. Plus, I've not sat down and talked face-to-face with the commanders about what they need and why they can't put up more.
Phil Mendelson on Grant and Danny. So to get an idea of where we go from here then, obviously it goes without saying you guys would ultimately need to vote and approve this. I believe there are only 4 council members on site today. You need 7 to pass it. Is that the number I heard?
Correct.
Okay. I'm assuming the 4 that are there are for it, but I guess I shouldn't assume that. So you said you don't think there are the votes. Can you expound upon that? Are you pretty confident right now that they don't have 7 people that would support this?
Well, the problem with my answering a yes is that sounds a bit confrontative, and I don't wish to be confrontative at this point. But I think that if this was before the council today, they would not vote for it, in part because we don't know enough, but in part because they would see the price tag too high, and in part because we have not seen what the mayor's proposing with the budget and the cuts that we know they're going to be in the budget. Let me just say on that, the mayor's budget was due on April 2nd. We will, if we're lucky, get it the middle of May. That's 7 weeks late. And we expect that there's going to be close to $1 billion in program cuts in what she sends to us. What is she cutting, and where is she getting the money for the stadium? And I think with those unknowns, it's hard to say that she would have support right now.
One thing I'm curious.
These
Go ahead.
things
Sorry.
get worked out.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So I don't want the headline from you sports guys that, oh my God, the council's about to stop to kibosh the stadium, because I think that's premature.
Sure. It sounds like you're willing to negotiate. This deal as it's constructed, you don't think works, but you're willing to talk about it. Help me with an area where I'm a little ignorant of the research you guys have done. So I remember reading somewhere that 71% of DC residents in a poll wanted the stadium back in DC. How much work have you done to find out what that number is? How many polls have been done? And if it's a vast majority like that, is it as simple as saying, well, that's what the constituents want? And how do you make the decision just as a lawmaker in terms of going with or against your constituents?
I certainly think that as an elected body, that the council has to be mindful of where residents are. And I don't question what you said. 70% of residents would like to see a stadium, would like to see the Commanders back in DC. I would too. I think if the question was different, do you support public financing? It might even be a majority that would say no. I know there's an initiative underway, but I think what's most important for the council is to look at the return on investment. If we put in $1 billion, what do we get back? If we get back $1 billion over 30 years, that's over 30 years. That's not a positive return on investment. The National Stadium, which we paid for and we own entirely, cost $700 million 20 years ago. So now in today's dollars, over $1 billion. Mm-hmm. And it's 20 years old? And they are already looking at a need for another roughly $600 million to be put into the stadium to keep it fresh, new, state-of-the-art, competitive. So these stadiums do not have a 30-year lifetime, in the sense that there needs to be significant investment probably after 15 years. So what's the rate of return over 15 years? And if the tax revenue that's coming in is instead going to get redirected to just pay the interest cost and buy some of the garages, basically refinance the Commanders investment, suddenly the rate of return on investment is much lower. The research generally says that sports stadiums do not have a positive return on investment. I think that a baseball stadium with 80 games probably has a more positive return than a football stadium with 10 games. I think there's much more involved with the stadium, as in the excitement of having your home team. But I think it's important that we look at the return on investment, or ROI, and look at it with a critical eye, not a glossful eye. And that's one of the things the council is going to have to do.
That's a great point. And you're right about that research, but I wonder how much it's shifting now with roofs, right? I mean, the Cowboys, you had me cracking up when you talked about bar mitzvahs. That was a good line. But I believe Jerry's World has had 250 events in a year. So if you were to, I don't know how they would do it, but if they laid out the schedule for you and you saw that they actually could have, 200 plus events in that stadium, I would think that would make you feel a lot better then, because you've come back to the number of games and the number of events a lot. It's something that comes up on the show a bunch. but it is not now in a there's a roof on this thing. It's not as big as 90,000 plus, right? You can have concerts, you can have soccer games, and then the major events I go back to, right? The Super Bowl. You mentioned you might only get one. Well, one of those and one of a draft. The billion's still a billion. I don't know. I'd love to go see a WrestleMania or a World Cup game, which we got left out of because we don't have a place to hold it. Those things, you only need to have one or two of those, and years and years worth of revenues generated. No.
Well, I think you have to have a little more than 1 or 2 years, but I don't know if you're Grant or Danny, but I want to go to your bar mitzvah with 66,000 guests.
I'm not that popular, sir.
I'm Grant. My wedding, I think we had 175. It wouldn't have filled the joint.
Oh, I thought you were going to say 175,000. Oh,
no,
okay.
that would be nice.
Yeah, well, no, we have to look at the numbers.
Yeah.
My last question for you is what does the mayor need to do for you kind of going forward to help kind of shed some light on her plans? And like it sounds, I don't want to put words in your mouth, as you haven't been thrilled to this point about maybe being kind of left out of the process. What does she need to do in your eyes?
I think she needs to be, I don't think she needs to be more collaborative, and she needs to avoid what we saw happen in Virginia. I mean, I'm happy that the Capitals decided to stay in D.C. But not to dwell on this, the governor didn't work well with the legislature, and the mayor would do well to work with the council, which she has not done.
It's awesome that you gave us so much time, and it's helpful, because we talk about this all day long, and to get someone on who's in the know to answer some of the questions that we have. Like I wasn't trying to be combative, and even when I say now, I just don't see what you guys could build there on that site that would bring back a projected $4 billion in tax revenue over 30 years. So if that number's not inflated to you, I don't really see another way forward that would be better for the city. But it's nice to be able to say that to you and to hear what you thought. So thank you.
Yeah, well, I don't. This, in my view, we're not at. Well, we have to take this deal or there's no deal. That is, we have to take this deal or there's no stadium. There are alternatives. I mean, we've seen huge redevelopment in the Noma area of city with no stadium. We've seen huge redevelopment with the wharf. I was there last night. Hugely popular, very, very profitable to the city in terms of tax revenues. No stadium there. I'm not making the argument that that's what we want to see at the RFK site. I think that getting the Commanders there would be great. Let's just look at these numbers more carefully, and I think the city expense can be much, much, much less.
Mr. Chairman, very gracious with your time, sir. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Do you guys only talk football? Because, the Nats did really well yesterday. I was at the game. It was like one of the best games I have ever been to.
Today's a pretty big day for the football team.
Yeah, you got a baseball show here, sir. We do caps and everything else. Yeah.
Right now, they're third. I mean, we love baseball. We're big James Wood guys. But right now, the pecking order today, stadium at the RFK site, which hopefully you're going to help us with as soon as you get off the phone here. Then we're going to have the Caps in Game 5, Wednesday night, Cap One Arena. I'll be there. You want to hang out? Let me know. And then we got the
Nats. First period instead of making us all have heart attacks until the third period.
They don't do that, sir. That's not their forte.
This is not what they made. They like to finish the game after you've already keeled over with a win. That's kind of what they want to do.
Okay.
Thank you for the time, and hopefully we'll see you out at Capital One Arena, or maybe even RFK 2.0 in the future.
Okay.
See ya.
Thank you, sir.
There is the chairman of the DC City Council. So I think a couple of things are important, Danny.
Mm-hmm.
He made it very clear several times over, while this is not a deal he plans on going for, he's ready to negotiate, it sounds like. That's number one. Number two, he doesn't want it to be combative. He even joked about the headline saying he's not shutting this down. But it does not sound like this deal works for him. And he did say, again, not in a way where he was going Dan Snyder all cap style, there's not enough votes right now. That's telling.
Yeah, he referenced several times the process here didn't include the council. The mayor is the representative of the city talking to the team, et cetera. Only, as he claimed, only one conversation between him and the team to this point. It was introductory, not to the nitty gritty.
If you guys want to react to that, you can do so next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Coach Wooten's basketball camp, CoachWooten.com. That's 2 O's and 2 T's. In the NFL today, Mayor Bowser and Josh Harris held a press conference announcing a deal to bring the team back to the RFK site. The Commanders will invest at least $2.7 billion. DC going to invest $500 million. Still needs to be approved by the DC Council. The stadium is going to seat approximately 65,000 fans and would open in fall of 2030, and it will include a roof. In baseball, the Nationals taking on the Mets at 4:05. Nats first pitch or pregame beginning in just a couple of minutes right here on the Fan. Trevor Williams taking on Griffin Canning. In hockey, the Capitals
huge third period. They were down 2-1 going into the third. Brandon Duhaime tied the game. Andrew Mangiapane gave them a 3-2 lead. Couple of unlikely heroes.
Yeah.
Bottom 6 players, not necessarily big-time goal scorers this year. And then empty net goals from Duhaime again and Tom Wilson, who was menace to society #1 in Montreal.
Yeah, he's not popular.
His hit last night completely changed the complexion of that game. Just a destroying, bone-rattling, legal hit in the neutral zone, and they scored to tie the game about 15 seconds after.
They needed it. I mean, that early part of the third period, right after Montreal took that 2-1 lead, you started to feel, I've seen this before. I've seen this series before where the Caps have more shots, more possession, more hits, more, and yet it's tied and it feels like it's slipping away. Montreal capitalizing on a couple opportunities. Then that goal from Duhaime, then the hit from Wilson, and it really changed everything. Now you come home with a commanding 3-1 lead.
All of our Caps playoff coverage on Grant and Danny's brought to you by Ace Trim Carpentry. For over 25 years, Ace Trim's been a trusted trade partner for new home builders in the DMV. They specialize in full-service interior trim carpentry. We handle everything from supply to installation, turnkey and hassle-free. Contact acetrim.com today. That's Ace Trim, the home builders trade partner. We just had Phil Mendelson on the show. If you missed any part of that conversation, you'll want to podcast it at thefandc.com when we are done. Cliff Notes, I'd say he's most upset with Mayor Bowser because it sounds like she didn't include him in whatever planning was going on. And number 2, he's not anti-stadium. He's anti-paying $1 billion for the stadium and wants to negotiate that number. My rebuttal to him and just now to you is, sorry, dude. I mean, they're paying a lot of money, this ownership group, compared to what the NFL is saying. We'll see if he gets his way. He obviously has the hammer to drop when he wants to, which is there's not enough votes right now.
Yeah, right now he doesn't think there's enough votes, and it actually might stand to reason. So there may be some tweaks, some things that have to change, just a rearranging of some of the columns and the way things are paid for. But I'm still I'm more confident than I was a couple of weeks ago.
Nats with a chance to win 3 out of 4 against the Mets. That would be awesome. Mets came in the best team in the NL. Let's get you the leadoff, brought to you by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate. Go to thewindowman.com or their all-new Fairfax showroom.
Leading off, shortstop Jay Abrams batting second. Your DH today, James Wood. Batting third, second baseman Luis Garcia. Batting fourth, playing first, Nathaniel Lowe. Batting fifth, doing the catching, Keibert Ruiz. Batting sixth in right field, Dylan Cruz. Batting seventh at third base, Jose Tena. Batting eighth in left field, Alex Call. Batting ninth in center field, Jacob Young, all behind Trevor Williams.
Tomorrow on the show, we will have the brand new starting right tackle for your Commanders, drafted in the first round, Josh Connerly. Also, more reaction to the huge news over at the RFK site. It's an early show, though.
Yeah, I'm exhausted.
2 o'clock tomorrow, full strength, but 95 minutes is all you get today. We should tell you that somebody right now, caller 10, is going to win a 4-pack of tickets to Old Glory Rugby Saturday, May 4th against Utah. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com. Thanks much for listening. For Darius and Toby behind the scenes, Grant and Danny saying so long. Much appreciate all of you hanging out. We're back at it tomorrow at 2 for a full G&D.
Thank you for coming.